School of Planning and Public Policy at Rutgers, where he's also a member of the graduate faculty in the Department of Geography. Will uses quantitative and qualitative methods to study the relationship between geospatial technologies and urban equality, and teaches students how to acquire, clean, analyze, and visualize spatial data to address vital issues like housing justice and the climate crisis. He also makes open source tools for spatial data visualization and computational research. Please welcome Will Payne.
Thank you, Nicholas. It's great to be back here. Thank you also to the other organizers, the speakers, and guests. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes. Cool. Yeah. Tall people problems.
Aim that right, it'll work.
So the Berkeley Center for New Media was such a meaningful and lovely part of my PhD experience. I often talk about the shadow cohorts of places like this that were as or more influential than actual cohorts in our home departments. So I hope my talk today shows some of the imprint of this wonderfully interdisciplinary group of thinkers and makers. Cities are not just agglomerations of people and capital, but the sites of increasingly massive flows of spatially referenced data. Powering urban platforms devoted to monetizing every possible interaction and infrastructure, these flows are both immaterial and tangible. In previous work, I argue that the Zagat surveys prototypically crowdsourced restaurant reviews, and the first media technology for doing things that Google Maps and Yelp and other companies do now, in the 1980s, are both camera and engine, in Donald Mackenzie's words, not merely documenting, but changing patterns of urban development. And a side note here, so Casey and I chaired the New Media Working Group together for 2 years, and clearly the mind meld is still active because we're both thinking through Mackenzie. So these maps here, which, we can actually see, this is great, show the density of Zagat-rated restaurants in North Brooklyn over 2 decades, 1996 to 2016. And as sociologist Sharon Zukin argued in 1991, restaurant reviews like these supply what she called the critical infrastructure for downtown's transformation, coordinating the movements of New York yuppies through space and kind of real estate capital in their wake. I've also been inspired by work that looks at complex spatial processes of tourism and the real estate industry through novel cartographic lenses. Erica Fisher's project here on the left uses Flickr metadata to divide New York City into areas where photos are uploaded more by visitors, those are the red, and by locals, which are the blue. Taylor Shelton's work on the right-hand side draws on a long tradition of critical urban geography that looks at the co-production of affluence in landlord neighborhoods with impoverishment in rental areas. So the necessary co-constitution of the landlord relationship and flows of capital within the city. I started a couple years back thinking about how political controversies in social media and location-based media, like Pizzagate, suddenly shift the context of a business from hyper-local, just a regular neighborhood pizzeria, to national and beyond, tracking the changing localness of Comet Ping Pong's Yelp reviewers in this case as a proxy for this shift. So kind of those overnight changes in what the kind of the hinterland for a given business is. In today's work, I'm going to be exploring how relationships between places can change more gradually. So aiming to show how new media technologies are both an object of research and a key site of intervention, with a methodological focus on denaturalizing digital mapping conventions. For this, I start from Richard Decijo's observation. Many new businesses in gentrifying urban neighborhoods are extraterritorial. So they depend on taste communities and customers whose scale far exceeds their immediate urban context. So I aim to see if this is something that could be measured across time and space in the city. In doing so, I decided to look at Bushwick, Brooklyn, and its Queens neighbor of Ridgewood. Anyone been to these places? Yeah. Hotspots for both hipster nightlife and New York's intensifying housing affordability crisis. Boo. So Bushwick in particular has been getting much, much whiter and richer over the past 2 decades. So these are census tracts over 20 years, and these increases are in percentage points. So for example, if this tract was 20% non-Hispanic white in 2000, it would be 46% on Hispanic white 20 years later. So these are monumental shifts for an urban neighborhood. Astute Brooklyn observers may notice that in my study area, I'm including something that's really properly East Williamsburg. So the industrial area around the Morgan Ave L station. This has become culturally part of upscaled Bushwick, however, as this project maybe people saw in the New York Times a little while ago. You can see I've outlined some of these parts of the study area. Yeah, people think of this as Bushwick. It's part of the cultural brand of Bushwick. So this is what my study area looks like. I wanted to know something about all of the businesses, the consumption businesses, restaurants, bars, cafes, salons, shops, and their reviewers. So who's coming there, who's leaving these reviews, where are they from? Since the founding of the company in 2004. So fortunately, since these industries have a very high turnover, these are some businesses that are open today. But actually, Yelp preserves profiles and reviews for closed businesses. So I was able to put together a data set that looks at long-shuttered establishments. Does anybody remember Spork? Okay, yeah. This is an oldie but a goodie. It was on the site of a Kentucky Fried Chicken. They turned it into a fancy restaurant called Spork. It's been 3 or 4 other restaurants since then. And they're all available kind of in this data set if you know where to look. I am not going to bore you with all of these details. If you want to talk about web scraping, talk to me afterwards. It was an involved process. It involved ping-ponging between governmental and corporate data sets and APIs. But in the end, I got a list of about 1,700 businesses, which is a lot more than the 590 that are currently open. So there's a lot of turnover. I could send this through my artisanal or held together with bits of string, web scraping and geocoding workflow. Not a computer scientist. Don't look too hard at this code. Resulting in around 80,000 reviews. I then calculated the distance from each reviewer's home location to the business to make things like this map. So this map is grouping all of the businesses that are closer to a given subway station than any other one. And then for each of those, it's aggregating the total number of Yelp reviews left for these businesses at the size of the circle. And then the shade is saying the interquartile range, like the distance between the 25th percentile of people being far away and the 75th. So generally what that's going to tell you is the redder it is, the more people from far outside New York are leaving these reviews. So areas of Bushwick closer to Manhattan are attracting more reviewers and more distant reviewers. And there's a really pretty pronounced borough effect where Ridgewood, you can see all of those circles displayed being large, have the 1 to 2 miles. Like almost all of their reviews are from people in the New York area. This graph shows the same metric, the interquartile range, for all reviewers in the study area by year. So this is kind of zooming way out to see what is this neighborhood, how does it relate to the outside world? This is sort of noise. This is when San Francisco Yelpers were showing up in New York and leaving reviews, and there wasn't a lot of kind of homegrown usage. But I'm really interested in this period from around 2014 to 2019 as a time that more and more people from outside, other cities, other parts of the world, are starting to come and spend time in Bushwick. Then, of course, we see the pandemic effect of 2020 and 2021, and then it hasn't ever really recovered fully since then. So the question remains, though, where are these people coming from? Like, distance is one thing, but if we want to talk about place and relation between places, what can we do with this data? So here's a conventional map would answer this question. I call this my bad map, but I also went through 8 revisions on it to make a good bad map. So this is my good bad map. By naturalizing the national scale with a familiar conic projection, I argue that this spatial container collapses distance and difference between places into a view from nowhere, as Donna Haraway would put it. This is where BCNM's focus on experimentation comes in. Quite literally, it's time to explode the map. Though, as you'll see, this new media project I'm going to show you draws on examples from the 1980s, the 1950s, and even the 1850s. So this map, built with software that I wrote with my former Berkeley geography comrade Eve McGlynn, shows the same area as the previous map, but with a very different perspective. This one's centered on Brooklyn and with a logarithmic azimuthal projection showing the rest of the United States. So let me kind of explain what's going on here. We'll work back to this image. So Eve and I were actually at a workshop in 2018 on geographic imagination systems held here in Berkeley. We were looking for alternatives to both conventional web maps, like the one I just showed you a few slides ago, and network diagrams that have no spatial relationship whatsoever. We were struck by how mid-century geographers like Torsten Hagerstrand applied new computational tools to map multi-scalar relationships, like migration patterns from a small town, Asby, in Sweden. We wanted to bring maps like this within the reach of non-experts with a simple web interface. These illustrations are all Eve's. I can barely read my own handwriting, so thank you, Eve, for that. The resulting program, the Relational Reprojection Platform, is in live beta now. You can find the link on my GitHub profile, but it's still a little finicky, so reach out if you hit issues. By default, uploaded data is shown in an azimuthal equidistant projection from a center point. Any straight line drawn from the origin is a great circle route around the Earth. So notice here how East Asia ends up due north from New York City, and we also have, of course, big Australia. The first two transformations apply functions to the relationship between geographic distance and chart distance. So here, a square root, then a cube root, which further emphasizes the closer areas of the map that have more customers at the expense of detail in the distance. Finally, we get the logarithmic transformation, where the expected spatial pattern of small business customers reveals itself. Individual boroughs and small towns in New Jersey have comparable numbers of reviewers as larger cities farther afield. Note that both logarithm and azimuth come from the Arabic. Azimuthal maps were common in the Islamic world centuries before they arrived in Europe, given the importance of calculating precise bearings to Mecca. These kinds of maps, also known as fisheye perspectives, did have a moment of vogue in the West in the 19th century, leading to stunning images like this one of New York City in 1859. So my house would just be barely contained in the south-southwest, past the as-yet unfilled cedar swamps of Staten Island. Here, the industrial and residential hinterlands around New York Harbor are included in progressively less detail with distance. The map's creator, John Bachman, was not chained to his relentless mathematical projections of standard GIS software and could warp his canvas for dramatic effect. So in the project that Eve and I have been working on, we've tried to introduce a bit of that freedom by letting users set custom cut points to interpolate different ranges of distance. So here the scale is actually changing at 15 miles away and again at 150 miles. So this basically gives a kind of collapsed city, region, nation, kind of multi-scalar view. For this, we draw inspiration from John Snyder's work on magnifying glass projections. And in this new open access article and another under review, Eve and I discuss the history and use case for these kinds of spatial transformations, including actually 2 BCNM affiliated projects that I'll just conclude by showing you. So in 2023, we put Kenyan water boreholes on the same scale as Starbucks locations in San Francisco as part of Greg's Makueni Futures project. And then more recently, Clancy Wilmot and her collaborators on the Before You Are Here project used the relational reprojection platform to create the cartographic underpinning to their map, hand-drawn map of the Ohlone Bay area. Yeah. So in 2025, who knows? Maybe somebody in this room wants to chart some relational geographies of your own. Let me know, and thank you for being BCNM.
Thanks, Phil. I was waiting for Saul Steinberg's view from Ninth Avenue the whole time, but maybe we can talk about it.
We have a new one now. We've got the 18th.
Yeah, very good. So next we have Tierney, who's a modern historian, urban historian, and professor emerita in the Department of Architecture and Urban Design at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. She's the founder of URL, Urban Research Lab, and during 2020 she was a recipient of a Graham Foundation of the Arts grant, which relocated her to the Bay Area as a visiting scholar at UC Berkeley from 2020 to 2022. Currently, Tierney is researching land use planning in Silicon Valley, and her work, which I know and love, has been published widely on topics concerning smart cities and the built environment, and actually digital architecture and a whole bunch of other things. But please, welcome our next speaker.
to presentation view, I guess. Presenter view, yeah, great. Okay, all right, is this the right height for the mic? All right, well, thanks for the great introduction, and I just want to thank BCNM for a fabulous conference. I'm going to speak about the evolution of the corporate tech campus. It's an intertwined history of geography and history, and that includes the economic, social, and cultural models that shaped its development. So first, I'll discuss a formal progression of the tech campus. Then we're going to look at California coding culture, then the emergence of the bespoke campus, and we're going to finalize with return to the city. So one of the experts on land use planning here is from UC Berkeley, Louise Mozingo. She's a former director of the landscape department, and she argued that to rethink sprawl, you had to look at offices. And that's important because by the end of the 20th century, there was more office space in the suburbs than there was in the central business district. So how did this happen? Let's look at Bell Laboratories, who originally were located in Lower Manhattan. As you notice, there's a train running underneath the building, but the train was causing vibrations that was disrupting their experiments. So they moved to rural New Jersey. They hired Eero Saarinen, and you can see it's just a simple box, but note the fact that there's no trains or public transit to their headquarters. So about a decade later, IBM wanted to create a state-of-the-art research and development laboratory outside of San Jose, California. So they hired MBT, and it's a notable project because they did an ethnographic study of the computer scientists when not very many architects were doing that. They asked the computer scientists, what do you need to be most productive? What do you want to be happiest? And so they all said they wanted a view into the natural landscape. So that created this cruciform design where, as you can see, the engineers' offices are all around the perimeter. Now, if we're shifting back to the East Coast again, where Roche Dinkeloo was considered one of the most respectable architectural firms of the time. We know them because they designed the Oakland Museum. But they were hired to design the Union Carbon corporate headquarters. And again, you can see this articulated perimeter so that the scientists there could also get a view into the rural landscape. But I also want to point out that huge ramp that funneled the cars into the interior parking garage. So now that we have a kind of brief introduction about what architects were thinking about at the time, let's switch to social networks in California. So Annalise Saxonen believes that geography was destiny, at least in terms of the development of tech. And she felt that it was this hierarchical, socially stratified management structure that inhibited creativity and innovation within the tech segment. Whereas in San Francisco Bay Area, there was plenty of inexpensive agricultural land. It allowed for growth and development. There was the mild Mediterranean climate that also supported after-work socializing. And that was important. Here is Walker's wagon wheel, and I'm going to read this quote because it's important. The wagon wheel played a legendary role in the valley. People would get together and talk about technical problems. How did you code that? It was the sort of thing that would horrify an intellectual property lawyer today. And about the same time, San Jose had its first nonstop flight to New York. They also had this information and transportation infrastructure that supported Berkeley and Palo Alto to communicate with Cambridge, also with Washington, D.C. for those lucrative defense contracts. But along with all the advances in computing, video games were being developed. So this is one of my favorite photographs. It's Nolan Bushnell at 29 years old with his partner Ted Dabney. And their dream was always to create a pizza parlor with electronic games inside of it. I don't know about this guy over here on the left. He looks like he escaped from Creedence Clearwater Revival. But his dream came true, and Nolan Bushnell invented Chuck E. Cheese Pizza Parlor that we probably all remember from our youth. The engineer parents would come in after work, buy a sack of tokens, and turn their kids loose, totally unsupervised, while they could sit down and chat with their buddies. A lot of the kids watched these animatronics that were playing pop music. Now, Berkeley is not to be outdone. During the 1980s, a group of graduate students decided they were going to develop a better microprocessor, and it was called the Reduced Instruction Set Computer, RISC, and the result was something that ended up being used in personal workstations as well as mobile phones. I just think that was really incredible. It was better than what Intel was doing at the time. So let's just say you were a Berkeley grad student or you had been laid off. There were a lot of startups at the time, a lot of personal computers, all wishing to be the dominant PC. You went to have your job interview at Pedro's Cantina in Santa Clara, where you had an informal interview over nachos and beer. So let's shift our focus now from the social networks that underlaid all this creativity and innovation, and just ask ourselves, well, how are the tech companies thinking about space? So the intense economic pressure to be first to market mandated the use of inexpensive leased office space. Most of this was all done through tilt-up construction. You pour the floor slab, then you pour the walls and you rotate them up. It was quick, it was cheap, and it was generic. So the quest for innovative architectural design really ramped up when tech switched from leased office space to multi-billion-dollar headquarters designed by celebrity architects. So there are several, but let's just talk about Google's Bjarke Ingels, Thomas Heatherwick, Facebook's Frank Gehry, and Apple's Norman Foster. They each represent a different approach to solving some of the tough problems, which were, number one, spatial flexibility, second, human-first design, and third, sustainability. So spatial flexibility was really important because the teams were constantly being restructured, partly because of funding issues. So here's one of the preliminary renderings for the Google's gradient canopy. They proposed this diaphanous tent structure, and Heatherwick promised a totally reconfigurable workspace, something like Cedric Price's Pottery Think Belt. So the lesson here, because they couldn't deliver on either of those promises, was fail early and fail often. But the lessons that Bjarke Ingels learned, he was able to apply at a later project that we'll look at in London. Now, Mark Zuckerberg had a different approach. He hired Frank Gehry, who bought the Sun Microsystems warehouse and wanted to convert it into a bureau landschaft, the world's largest open office plan. But as you can see, there was a lot of visual distraction and audio interference. So some of the employees have all had to cope with this in various ways. But at Apple Park, Steve Jobs hired Norman Foster because he felt Norman Foster could deliver this rational approach. So again, Foster's had an ethnographic study. He observed for over a year how each team worked and produced new ideas. And his contribution, I would call it, was this universal optimized departmental work module. So you could see that a department could have 1 bay or 2 bays or 3 bays or no bays. So in that sense, the purity of the design and the refinement allowed for it to be more efficient. So here's a typical departmental module. Each office has their own enclosed, each employee has their own enclosed workspace, and then there's a communal table at the middle. So lastly, let's look at legislative directives. California has the most stringent environmental controls of any state in this country. So a lot of the headquarters put that as a top issue to solve. Because the original roof system could not be developed at Google's Radiant Canopy, they came up with this alternative, which has these dragon scales that are photovoltaic. But they only deliver about 75% of the electrical needs. But where Google really excelled was this geothermal pile system, and it meant that no natural gas had to be used for heating in the winter. And our own Walter Hood in the landscape department here at UC Berkeley was hired by NVIDIA, and he did an outdoor workspace. And on the steel trellis are placed these photovoltaic panels. But what I found fascinating was that NVIDIA actually purpose-built their headquarters to be an experimental system that they could collect data on and constantly improve their environmental systems. So then we moved down to Cupertino and Apple Park, which they actually win the award for most sustainable system. 100% renewable energy. They produce so much solar energy, electrical energy, that they sell it back to the city of Cupertino. Well, before we finish up this section, there is a valid critique that Silicon Valley's campuses apply sustainability at the small scale while ignoring it at the large scale, the urban scale. So this was again an early proposal, and you can see these rings of Saturn of automobile parking surrounding the facility. On the right is the as-built today. It's in the upper right-hand corner, but sometimes it can take 20 to 30 minutes at rush hour to go from the bottom of the photograph to the actual headquarters. So I think this return to the city is a good move. It's an environmentally sustainable move as well as a socially sustainable move. And part of that was prompted by Google's data analysis and advertising. So here is their new facility in Brooklyn. It's also for YouTube. And then this is Bjarke Ingels and Thomas Heatherwick's new European headquarters for Google in King's Cross. And you can see here this very innovative structural system. It's a hybrid system with suspended floor slabs and inboard columns. The entire structure is over 1,000 feet long. It has one staircase that goes from the first floor all the way up to the roof. But I think really where it succeeded was its environmentally sustainable enclosure system. It's robotically controlled. It not only changes for the time of day, but also for the season. Has a wonderful roof garden with ponds and honey-producing bees, and here's their amphitheater. So anyway, my main point here is that as tech companies can collect and analyze data on their experimental systems, this will represent a significant shift, will eventually benefit not only all mainstream architecture, but also the greater environment. So I just wanted to acknowledge some of my support, the Berkeley Center for New Media, the Graham Foundation, the Humanities Research Institute, and History San Jose, along with all of the professors at the College of Environmental Design.
intersects with regimes of social control and perceptual experience of space and consumption in an East Asian context. He's also working as a research assistant for the Sustainable Subsea Networks Project, a research collaboration with subsea cable industry to make the global internet more sustainable. Please welcome Ziwei.
Spanish garden to evoke a sense of class and refined taste, but they are in fact exemplars of mass productions by large private real estate developers. While often compared to gated communities in the West, Xiaoqu emerges from a distinct trajectory from socialist-era housing units provided by factories and institutions to privatized compounds, and more recently to digitally modulated unit of pandemic management. The residential compound embodies a recurring temporality and spatial technique for organizing, enclosing, and regulating urban populations. A short 6-minute video titled Voices of April, which is what you currently see here, went viral on Chinese social media platform Weibo at the height of the COVID lockdown in Shanghai in 2022. A drone flies past thousands of high-rises and residential compounds in Shanghai, while the soundtrack is a sound collage of people's voices, at times berating the officials and accusing their bureaucracies, at times praising medical staffs and helping each other and sending necessities. Beneath the homogeneous landscape of buildings, note the entire absence of Shanghai's landmarks is an affective experience of sonic encounters that shatters the homogeneity of urban landscape and reveals the layered nature of COVID-19 management and control at the heart of China's economic engine. Using a mix of ethnographic accounts and analysis of media content online, this essay situates the residential compound as a central site for understanding pandemic management in China. I trace the genealogy of health QR codes from a contact tracing app to a comprehensive technique of modulation that includes personal identification, location histories, and medical information, not unlike the Deleuzian societies of control. But in the meantime, I also contest surveillance and control by arguing that soft infrastructures, grassroots volunteer, communal makeshift practices, and balcony concerts intersect and at times challenge digital technologies to complicate the narrative of total lockdown. I argue that these spatial and technological practices constitute a hybrid form of urban governance, where control and communal care, the digital and the human coexist, offering a more nuanced understanding of smart cities and everyday negotiations in China. In February 2020, when COVID-19 was just spreading across China, Hangzhou government collaborated with Alibaba to launch a new digital contact tracing app based on the already widespread and popular QR codes. Early on during the pandemic, people who got infected or had a close contact were recorded on paper, which was inefficient and easy to lose track of. Software engineers at Alibaba, in quarantine in their homes, then started developing a tool called Health QR Codes, or 健康码. 3 colors of green, yellow, red clearly signal different health statuses and risks. Green means low risk and relatively freedom of passage. Yellow entails moderate risk and hence some restrictions on mobility. And red means high risk and immediate quarantine, working almost like the traffic light signal. Health QR codes quickly spread beyond Hangzhou and Shenzhen, the headquarters of Alibaba and Tencent respectively, as their mega apps of Alipay and WeChat already paved the way for the wide adoption of health QR codes. At the end of February, the Chinese government started working on a national standard to ensure the standardization of health QR codes across the country. From then on, health QR codes moved beyond a small-scale experimentation between city governments and tech giants and quickly played a seminal role in the management of COVID-19 in China. Whenever one enters a public space, such as hospital, school, workplace, or shopping mall, one needs to show health QR codes. While QR codes started as a mere color indication of possibility of infection, layers of information were loaded onto the QR codes: personal demographics, self-reported health status and body temperature, cellular tower-based location tracking, and medical and contact tracing information provided by the Ministry of Health. The colors of QR codes function as more than visual indicators. They shed light on the underlying logistical movements and coordination among state actors, government agencies, large tech corporations, and telecom providers. QR codes emerged in the Toyota factory in the 1990s Japan. As a technology, its origin is rooted in the logistical and inventory management of automobile parts. In some ways, health QR codes follow the same genealogy, now transforming into a technique of managing and governing population on a much larger scale. Health QR codes also work in tandem with the travel code, which you see here on the screen, to track users' location history by recording cell phone devices' interaction with cellular towers. In this sense, health QR codes make cellular infrastructure hyper-visible. Led by the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and in collaboration with major telecom providers in China, the travel code achieves moderate to high location accuracy while requiring a low level of maintenance and internet bandwidth. When a phone is turned on, it searches for the strongest nearby cellular tower and connects to it, hence producing a numerical record of the cellular tower that is stored in a centralized national government services platform. By limiting records to tower connections lasting more than 4 hours, the travel code maintains fine-grained accuracy, often down to specific neighborhoods and streets, while filtering out brief pass-throughs such as during transit. Such an unprecedented level of coordination between the state-owned telecom providers and private tech companies exemplifies the logic of neoliberalism with Chinese characteristics that attest to a productive tension between neoliberal individualization and the large-scale logistical coordination by the techno-bureaucrats. In Gilles Deleuze's seminal essay Postscript on the Society of Control, Deleuze delineates a society that is undergoing a large-scale transformation from the Foucauldian disciplinary society to societies of control. Schools, hospitals, and factories are spaces of enclosure that have transformed into corporations and neighborhood clinics where individual freedom is both promised and modulated. There is a crisis of environments of enclosure and traditional institutions. But at the same time, a new mode of social modulation emerges that both promises individual liberty and enforces another mode of surveillance. If the Foucauldian disciplinary society operates through enclosure, the society of control operates through interiorization and modulation. As Deleuze argues, quote, "Enclosures are modes, distinct castings, but controls are a modulation, like a self-deforming cast that will continuously change from one moment to the other, or like a sieve whose mesh will transmute from point to point," end quote. Health QR codes exemplify this logic of modulation. While scholars often tie the rise of society of controls to the emergence of the internet and protocols such as the TCP/IP, QR codes arguably play a more important role in the Chinese context. We are now confronted with what scholars term, quote, the infrastructuralization of platforms. As Plantin et al. Argue, in the age of neoliberal economy, the role of government diminished and modern infrastructure splintered, hence leading to the expansion and infrastructuralization of private tech companies such as Google and Meta. But in China, infrastructuralization of platforms and state intervention often went hand in hand. The development of health QR codes was initiated by Alibaba in partnership with Hangzhou municipal government and subsequently expanded through state intervention and adoption. Plantin and Doucetta, in a different context, call WeChat and Alipay infrastructuralization with Chinese characteristics. This dual logic of collaboration and control exemplifies how digital infrastructures in China operate at the intersection of state governance and platform capitalism. However, I argue that health QR codes were far from a total apparatus of securitization and surveillance. A great deal of labor went into maintaining a social infrastructure of logistics, management, and support. This is where the residential compound and residential committee came into play. During the peak of the pandemic lockdown in Shanghai between March and June 2022, more than 20 million residents of Shanghai were grounded at home. On a daily basis, they would gather at a designated space, usually a plaza in the center of the residential compound, to do nasal swabs, often performed by volunteers who were residents themselves. The residential committee, similarly composed of residents who volunteered to work there, oversaw the district's management. The distributed government provided groceries and supplies to each building, then elected leaders within each building coordinated the last step's logistics to deliver to every doorstep. With lockdown in place, most of the logistics were coordinated and communicated via group chats on WeChat. In this sense, WeChat served not only as an infrastructure of surveillance and tracking, but also as a platform for communal care. While before a pandemic, group chats among residents were rarely active if they existed at all. During the lockdown, however, WeChat groups became vibrant hubs of interaction. Residents used WeChat group chats to exchange goods, share information about medicine availability, and coordinate help for those in need. Each building was assigned a leader, usually a fellow resident, who would communicate daily COVID testing schedules via the group chat. While supply chains were strained and medical services overwhelmed, WeChat groups became an infrastructure of mutual aid, especially for the elderly and the immunocompromised. One elderly man in the building thanked the building leader for volunteering to help to take his wife with disabilities from his apartment to the COVID testing site in the Central Plaza. Solidarity flourished digitally through spontaneous acts of generosity, such as bulk ordering groceries or lending medicine in case of emergency. While the municipal government provided basic groceries and supplies like rice, onions, tofu, and potatoes, they were often deemed insufficient. Residents with supply chain contacts organized group buying to get more groceries. In other words, residential committee was essential to getting through the COVID-19 lockdown. As a grassroots level of administration, the residential committee became a vital social infrastructure of coordination, handling COVID testing, grocery delivery and ordering, and mutual care and support, where digital technologies of surveillance such as QR codes could not reach. The spatio-temporal logic organization perhaps has its root in socialism. In the socialist Danwei unit of factories, private spaces were cramped and communal life centered around public spaces within the compound, such as cafeterias and movie theaters, while acknowledging the mental toll of isolation during the lockdown. One interviewee almost favorably recalled that, quoting, "There is perhaps a socialist nostalgia in the way that neighbors suddenly started helping and collaborating with each other. People always sent messages in the group chat to check in and see if they need anything," end quote. In Abdulmalik Simone's essay, People as Infrastructures, Simone argues that in a city of ruins, the ability of residents to engage complex combinations of objects, spaces, persons, and practices become an infrastructure of economic exchange and support. Urban informality and makeshift practices highlight solidarity against the backdrop of extremely limited resources and basic provision. This is certainly not to collapse the difference between Johannesburg and Shanghai with different contexts and historicities. The residential committee, after all, is an official grassroots level administration that takes order from and reports to local district officials. But it's precisely in the grassroots organization, mass mobilization beyond the bureaucratic apparatus, that communal support and care were highlighted. These dimensions of communal support do bear an interesting similarity with the socialist Danwei as a space of enclosure with some forms of social guarantee and mutual support. Moreover, the logistical distribution of daily necessities in COVID testing exemplified the logic of strip and chunk management that placed more emphasis on chunking and self-organizing than vertical oversight. While journalistic reports often tend to portray Chinese pandemic management as a totalizing regime of lockdown, actual operations were much more granular and complex. Often labeled as quote-unquote precise pandemic management, the Shanghai model of pandemic management, at least before the spread of Omicron variant in 2022, was largely heralded as a success. The lockdown did not necessarily work as a citywide lockdown, but often on a xiaoqu-to-xiaoqu or even building-to-building basis. One building could be under lockdown while other buildings' residents could move freely, or an entire district could be sealed off while other districts continue their daily operations. The logic is to render the unit of spatial management flexible. Xiaoqu is no longer a fixed and standardized unit of management, rather it becomes simultaneously individual via digital surveillance tools and collective through spatial techniques of grouping and chunking, starting with buildings, compounds, districts, regions, and eventually to the whole city. The techniques of spatial management become a form of logistical media implicated in the politics of surveillance and control that is increasingly individualized and flexible. What is even more noticeable is how collectivity erupted in a state of emergency. Despite isolation and alienation, residents found modes of channeling through organized balcony concerts. On the morning of April 10, in 2022, a drone video began circulating in my xiaoqu's group chat that invited people to join a balcony concert that same night from 7 to 8 p.m. In a time when physical mobility was restricted, the use of drone became a creative way for people to explore the city and its now ghostly urban landscape. That person also posted a repertoire list in the group chat and encouraged others to join either on the balcony or via the live streaming room on TikTok. That was the kind of the trailer version of the concert, but that was posted after the concert. After the concert, another resident posted a music video of people singing in the balcony overlaid with Queen's We Will Rock You that got 7,000 likes and 15,000 reposts in WeChat. But in contrast to other drone videos with drones flying high above the urban landscape, this drone video of the balcony concert, I argue, stays close to the ground and even travels among residential buildings. Despite the clear compartmentalization of each household in their own apartments, the drone camera's mobility forms a stark contrast with residents' immobility, almost embodying an affective aspiration of hope. Moreover, residents' creative use of light sources also pierces through their physical confinement, forming an otherwise impossible public space in the mid-air. The drone zoomed in on each resident's balcony with their creative setup. Some people took out their flashlights, some decorated the balcony with string lights, some even had glow sticks that created a true ambience of a live concert. We Will Rock You, as the opening song of the balcony concert, mobilizes people during a time of isolation and emergency. In contrast to smart cities' top-down mode of surveillance and data aggregation, we find an alternative mode of urban sensing that sheds light on communal support and mass mobilization when mobility seems impossible. In this case, the drone aesthetic isn't necessarily associated with militarism and remote sensing, but a fantastic embodiment of the human vision that carries a yearning of mobility and affect of hope that, just as the ending song title on the repertoire list suggests, tomorrow will be better. By examining the management of COVID-19 in Shanghai in 2022, my essay also challenges the promise of a technologically determined and modulated smart management. In some ways, spatial techniques of governance remain strikingly old. The organizational structure of the residential compound and narratives of mass mobilization are reminiscent of the socialist factory work ideal. As Shannon Mattern insightfully notes, quote, "Yesterday's cities, even our earliest settlements, were just as smart, although theirs was an intelligence less computational and more material and environmental," end quote. In thinking through the cyclical temporality of topos and the Chinese residential compound as a space of enclosure, we find a deeply entangled nature between media technologies and urban governance that sheds light on the nuances, throes, and contradictions in the history of media urbanism in China. Thank you.
All right, finally, it's my great pleasure to introduce Lee Crandall, who's currently pursuing a PhD in geography at UC Berkeley, researching the effects of blockchain and crypto and digital technologies on infrastructures, lands, and lives. Their mixed-use methods approach joins art, critical cartographies, and critical analysis Well, as expected, that was amazing. I have 6 minutes, so I'm just going to give a quick response because we all need to get out to the sun for a important ritual. And in that sense, I think in my 6 minutes, I'm not going to be very ambitious. I'm only going to try to connect the 4 lectures that 4 papers that we saw today to 7,000 years of architectural history. And by that I mean, I think one of the most interesting, quick Swiss Army knife tools that I ever learned here at BCNM was Marshall McLuhan's Tetrad of Media Effects, and particularly how how to understand the future, we look not to the present but to the past that preceded the present, and that this kind of circuit of the connection between past and present through media effects is one of the tools we can use to navigate a shifting reality. And in that sense, when I was watching the 4 papers today, I really remembered an essential piece of thread of architectural history, which is that for at least 5,000 or 6,000 years before we ever lived inside architecture, we just used architectural monuments and constructions in the landscape as sites of ritual and encounter, as images and places of gathering that gave coherence to lives that were mostly not lived with and through architecture, except through the occupation of territory. There was a very interesting moment about 6,000 or 7,000 years ago where we started to make rooms, and we gave up a lot to make rooms. We gave up a connection to the natural environment. We gave up relationships to sound and ecologies and each other in order to gain a certain coherence and enclosure that allows us to do other things as well. Over time, in another 1,000 or 200, 1,200 years of architectural history, those rooms develop streets between them historically, and we start to get this thing called the city, which then, as a crucial technology and media itself, allowed other kinds of forms of specialization and agglomeration of human society, leading to a modern industrial culture, which in turn has a very complex and ambiguous relationship to the city, which in a traditional sense, it's almost as inclined to destroy, either to destroy or to perpetuate itself through images of the city, the city as a kind of signifier or ritual object versus as an actual space of occupation. I think, just to connect a few more threads through the different talks in this way, I think looking at the longer scale of architectural history allows us to gain some insights not only on the papers we saw today, but on the connections between them, on the kinds of fronts and backs. I think, for example, of Tierney's work on the corporate campus, which is, of course, can be understood as a space in and of itself, but actually is fascinatingly displaced. There were moments, for example, when IBM in the early 2000s started to do a lot of work on urban technology post-crash, especially. This was seen as a kind of growth area, and many people observed that IBM had removed itself from the city, and what on earth, what kind of expertise does it have on it? So that's one form of displacement. Another really interesting form of displacement I thought of was the renderings of the original Apple campus when they were shown, which were both located in Silicon Valley, which is denser than Seattle on average, as you showed, a really important meeting point for the creativity of the city, but was originally rendered only with fields of natural grass and poppies around it. And then is also in its own way a front and back. I thought of in Ziwei's paper not only the spatial organization of neighborhoods in Shanghai, which, as we see, are kind of rooms which we give up something with, but also which we gain something from in community as well. And then I thought of the slightly different spatial organizations that I saw on one of my own research trips in China, in Zhengzhou, of factory housing, and the enormous 580,000 employee building of the Foxconn factory in Zhengzhou, in which most of our iPhones are encountered. And that 580,000 person building, as large as a kind of aircraft carrier in its scale, and it's Hans Hollein-like for the architects in the room for its scale in the landscape. That's a particularly interesting building because it does not contain any rooms larger than about 100 square meters in it. So it's a kind of massive object, but only consisting of very small enclosures, which I think is a kind of strange back end versus the corporate campus, which is both a rejection of the city, but then in the discourse of Bürolandschaft and others, an attempt to reproduce all the models of encounter and engagement that we get in the city, which presumably boost creativity and production as well. So I think the idea of the city as something displaced both spatially and technologically, as Will showed, the kinds of encounters. On the one hand, the kind of view from Ninth Avenue perspective on the world is very dystopian, with people displaced from a neighborhood, massively displaced from neighborhood, gentrifying it and consuming it as an object at the same time. But on the other hand, it reflects another kind of vision of what the city of the future might be, and probably what will have to be, which is combining these different threads of communication, ritual, engagement, and physical reality into something that both doesn't quite resemble the best city we have today, but represents its best adjacent possibility in the technologies and developments of the future, particularly in its physical and social and political resilience. So with that, I do not think we have time to bring the
Unfortunately, we do
audience
not
to the
have
stage.
time for
We
Q&A. Let's
have
give a round of applause to our
Yeah.
panelists. And if you would like to speak to them about their presentations, they'll be around all day. Please go find them. So really pressing right now is at 12 o'clock, there will be a performance that's going to last about 10 minutes at the Campanile by BCNM alum Tiffany Eng, with assistance from a lot of other people from BCNM, including Greg Niemeyer. So if you didn't get the QR code this morning, it's here and it's also at the front desk. The performance is interactive, so please download the QR. Please scan. All right, hello everybody. Welcome back. We're now going to start the second panel of the day and the fourth panel overall, contesting technology, intelligence, and participation in new media art. I will introduce the panelists one at a time before they speak. So our first speaker is Chris Paulson, an associate professor of film, video, and new media in the Department of History of Art and the Department of Film, Theater, and Media Arts at The Ohio State University in Columbus, Ohio, where she teaches courses on contemporary art, media theory, and curatorial practice. Paulson is the author of Here/There, there's a slash there, Telepresence, Touch, and Art at the Interface, as well as numerous articles and essays on contemporary art and new media, which have appeared in Representations, October, Media N, Science and Society, Leonardo Electronic Almanac, and other journals. As a curator, she has organized exhibitions by artists such as Sarah Rosalina, Amelia Winger-Bereskin, Aspen Mays, Victoria Fu, Julia Christensen, Sarah Magenheimer, and a forthcoming exhibition by Mimi Onuoha in 2025. So please welcome Chris Paulson to the stage.
I changed the title of my talk. I'm assuming it's no problem. Is it up there? No, I just need slide here. Thanks. Yeah. I have lots of thanks for BCNM, and I've been saying them to everyone all week, but thanks for all weekend. Thank you for inviting me to this too. So, let me see. Coil on top of coil, Sarah Rosalina's sculptures, collectively titled Transposing a Form, appear to grow with hypnotic regularity into their looping shapes, building to tiered structures of stacked conical forms. They evoke the natural beauty of corals or sponges, those strange animals that often seem more like motionless plants or sedentary stones. The sculptures take spiral forms, familiar from ancient and enduring techniques that transform clay, the humblest of materials, into the useful tools that support and sustain civilizations. The precision of their layers cite both the mechanized, automated path of a 3D printer, as well as mathematical forms found in nature, such as the tight phyllotaxis of leaves on a succulent or the logarithmic expansion of a nautilus shell. The objects simultaneously signal connections to the traditional and the high-tech, the handmade and the mechanically produced, the natural and the artificial. They shimmer and oscillate between binaries, productively unsteadying the world that surrounds them. And lastly, among the opposites Rosalina summons into view is perhaps the most startling of all. The sculptures are both earthly and otherworldly. They appear to be terracotta, but they claim to be baked Mars. Rosalina 3D printed the structures from clay derived from Mojave Mars simulant, a material approximation of Martian soil developed by NASA scientists to test equipment and procedures to be used off-world. They're made from the material of a planet that no human has yet touched. The simulant is an analog for Mars, but it also makes Mars an analogy for Earth. It's a material that takes Mars at its present as an analog for what Earth was like billions of years ago, and becomes a matrix in which one could imagine growing a new future for Earth, or at least for Earthlings. It's an analog for Earth's deep past and its potential future. In their centripetal, wobbly forms, Rosalina's sculptures enact a strange looping temporality in which ancient pasts look like versions of potential futures. She shows us an alien material already at hand in the present taking form. It acts as an artifact from the future, telling us a story of what will have been. Rosalina's artworks in Martian regolith simulant, as well as her textile works that use neural networks to process Mars satellite data, act as speculative objects that enable one to think about past, futures, and the muddled spaces in between. In doing so, they call into question the usefulness of such binaries or the possibility of finding a line that might clearly divide one from the other. They represent a simultaneity in which an object can be both a given thing and that thing's opposite. Not either or, but both and. Ancient and futuristic, both natural and artificial, and so on. In their binary shaking effects, I want to suggest today that Rosalina's work opens up a means of destabilizing an even more profound dichotomy than those that I've already mentioned, the boundary between life and non-life. Like all binary oppositions, this one is only apparently clear-cut, but it structures ethical relationships to diverse others. Her work offers an opportunity to dwell on how and why we divide the living from the inanimate. They suggest to me expansive ways of being in the world and capacious understandings of our ethical relationships to evidently lifeless things, such as rocks, deserts, and apparently dead planets. They aid, I will argue, in fostering relationships of solidarity across boundaries of radical difference. I'll premise this talk with the caveat that I, like so many others, have been thinking and writing about AI and machine learning and algorithmic culture for a long time, but increasingly over the last 10 years or so. And confronted with all the bad mirrors of human thought and culture, I've desired a glimpse of something other, of other ways of thinking and being that we don't have access to, and that hopefully artificial intelligence might not just be a path toward alienation and existential threats, but also as a mean for encounter with other ways of being and knowing, of things that don't do as we do. This has been taking shape on side burners for me as I work on other projects, but it keeps leading in these directions, towards fringe theories of abiogenesis and plant agency and other subjects that blur the boundaries between the animate and the inanimate, the human and the more than human. I've turned to artists such as Agnieszka Courant and Annika Yee and Amelie Smith and Pierre Huyghe, Jaina Sutella and others for answers and inspiration. They're jostling with very old questions about life and nature in the context of artificial intelligence, exploring experimental and collaborative art practices that take up ancient origins to imagine more equitable, expansive, and generative futures. What I'm going to talk about today is just a little fractal of that thought. Honestly, it's also coinciding with like a witchy middle-aged interest in crystals that I think can be excused by having gone to Berkeley, maybe. But it also has some speculative thinking about the liveliness of rocks. In recent months, I've been drawn back to Lillian Schwartz's first computer film made at Bell Labs in 1969-70, which sets up an apparent dichotomy of computer-based algorithmic art with handmade analog painterly acts, but then complicates it with something very, very other, that of the sped-up microphotography of growing crystals. The film has become like a little splinter in my mind, making me think beyond the typical binaries that we see shaping how we understand the world and our role within it, and forms of quote-unquote intelligence that and maybe even types of creativity. It's a little reminder that radically alien things exist all around us, often operating at scales of time or size that we can't perceive. So I'm imploring you to indulge me for these few minutes to talk speculatively about something like a mineral, intelligence, or knowledge. And this is still very much a partially formed set of ideas. Part of what I find seductive about transposing a form is the way the sculptures destabilize these boundaries I've been talking about, which serve as shorthands for ideologies and values and for systems of containing knowledge, controlling interpretations, and determining ethical responsibilities. Their strange simultaneous activation of those opposites show the artificiality of such boundaries and the logics that employ them. In a version of Zeno's paradox, the closer we look, the harder it is to see an indication of a boundary line. Following this idea, I want to zoom in on that other border I suggested, that distinction between life and non-life. And to do so, I want to look closely and speculatively at clay. And yes, I know I'm talking at a new media conference about clay, which one can see in the tight, precise layers in transposing a form, the silvery slicks of aluminum gaze that collect and pool in the ridges. In these details, one sees the contrast of something so untransformed and elemental as earth and something technical and so technical and refined as computer-aided construction. The division between life and non-life is probably inarguably the most profound question we've ever posed. How did life come from non-living matter? At what level of granularity did one thing become another? Clay forms from chemical reactions between minerals and water and holds the potential for alchemical magic. Life on Earth needs water, and it likely first emerged in it. And when scientists use their rovers on Mars to probe the surface, one thing they are looking for is trace evidence in clay soils of early life, of microbes, of bacteria, of algae, and perhaps even something about the clay itself. There are several related and competing theories of abiogenesis: primordial soup, the RNA world, metabolism from transient state metal ions, and so on. But one admittedly fringe theory is called the clay hypothesis, which suggests that clay is the matrix in which life was first born. Alexander Cairns Smith first proposed this idea in the mid-1960s, and it's evolved and cycled in and out of favor over that time, and has been credited with inspiring some of the more kind of robust theories of chemical evolution. And today I want to take it up as a provocation to see where it leads. Clay crystals are strange things. They quite obviously grow, and by varying accounts from the 19th century today, they seem also to do very lifelike things. In his book, On the Animation of the Inorganic, Art, Architecture, and the Extension of Life, art and architectural historian Spyros Papapetros traces the curious 19th century thinking about crystals by scholars as varied as art historian Alois Riegel, zoologist Ernst Haeckel, and crystallographer Otto Lehmann, to show that the properties of crystals led researchers from far-flung fields to believe, quote, that the distinction between the organic and inorganic state did not exist. All material was animate, and all substances were one. Drawing upon the, let me see, is this playing? Drawing upon the discoveries of Haeckel and Lehmann, the medical doctor and polymath Walter Hurt, Papapetros recounts, proposed a methodological fusion in the fields of botany, chemistry, history, geology, medicine, physics, physiology, and zoology to legitimize the life claims of the inorganic. Crystals, according to Hurt, possess possess the 7 processes that are analogous to those of animals and their life. So minerals had these same processes, which address the communication between the natural body and the outer world, such as skin formation, procreation, reproduction, as well as fundamental processes of breathing, the rhythmic inhalation and exhalation of living substances, and also illness, degeneration, and death. If we look closely enough, he suggests, a rock might be alive, or something quite like it. In his theory of abiogenesis, Karen Smith argued that errors in the repetitions of the crystallization process in clay may hold the key to the origins of life. Imperfections in the growth of crystal structures repeat and continue to alter, passing those traits along. So it's possible that the crystallization process, quote, involves rudimentary biological evolution and is the precursor to metabolism and RNA peptides that mark early life. I'm not concerned here with whether the clay hypothesis is a likely explanation of abiogenesis. I'm not a scientist nor well positioned to judge such research and the arguments that surround it or the competing and related theories. What interests me instead is the provocative and speculative potential of such a theory, especially when brought into relationship with the curious properties of crystals in general and how they unsteady our easy understanding of the animate and the inanimate. If in our present moment we can seriously entertain a future in which artificial intelligences become alive or sentient, then what might be thinkable when we see the ground, the earth, all rock and stone, as potentially alive? Those computers, of course, are made of crystals too. I take inspiration for some of these musings from the Danish artist Emily Smith and her 2019 3D film that links Karen Smith's theories of abiogenesis to transcultural mythologies that imagine gods forming the first humans from clay. There, she speculatively grows this theory outward, connecting it to ancient practices of making clay figures to wonder if it is here that we get a prehistory of the pursuits of AI. In her book, Geontologies, Elizabeth Povinelli calls into focus the operations of geontopower, or geontology, that undergird the operations of biopolitical power, and which she suggests have surreptitiously been replaced. If biopolitics operates through the governance of life and tactics of death, and its inverse, necropolitics, operates through the governance and dictates who may live and who must die, Povinelli's geontopower names an operation that has always subtended all other forms of power, that is, the distinguishing between the lively and the inert. Povinelli brings into stark relief what she calls the new drama. This drama is not one between life and death, but, quote, a new form of death that begins and ends in non-life, namely the extinction of humans, of biological life, and, as it's so often put, the planet itself. That is, the crisis of the Anthropocene brings into view how life originated and how we will return to non-life, a place beyond death. And something I'll just flag here is that in 2023, I curated a large exhibition of Rosalina's work, and Povinelli and Catherine Yusoff and some other people who played really important roles in Rosalina's thinking contributed to a book that I wrote with my students. Rosalina's woven textile series, Above Below, a companion body of work to Transposing a Form, dramatizes this potential mirror inversion while also engaging in the loopy spiral time of that ancient and the futuristic kind of being called into question. Each ceiling suspended tapestry reads as a topographic map, rendered in near photographic detail that her computer programmable loom enables. The frost-limbed mountain ridges seen from on high run toward desert plains, terminating in indistinct drifts of pink sand. Ice collects in the dark shadows of impact craters and the empty basins in river-cut canyons. Walk around to the other side, and one sees this dry world come to life in blue-green pixel points. Like algae creeping from the depths to sun-kissed surfaces of lake shores, or lichen, those strange organisms that are neither plant nor fungus, but somehow both, are crawling across rocky outcrops. Rosalina's color animates and revivifies the non-life landscape of the recto. But this is the same image. Each state is implied in the other, as a potential or parallel future. The fringe running around the unfinished edges evidence the multicolored potential that could arrive from new combinations. In the warp and the weft, anything is possible. To make these works, Rosalina used a neural network to process epic amounts of visual satellite data collected from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to predict and picture environmental and climatic shifts on Mars over millions of years. But we do not yet know this kind of data about Mars, so she trained the neural network instead on historical predictive data about Earth, so running the Martian satellite images through the climatic data that we know about Earth. These double-sided, by processing Martian data on what we know about Earth, the deep past and its effects of human interaction and interventions, these double-sided tapestries enable the viewer to toggle between hypothetical pasts and latent futures. The recto shows a red planet turning blue, and the verso shows just the opposite, a blue planet turning red. It's unclear where we stand in relationship to these images, in the deep past or that strange, not yet speculative, slippery now, from which we could turn in an alternate direction. Rosalina's tapestries, though written line by line on her loom, tell multiple stories with different beginnings and alternate trajectories toward the future by manifesting an unstable object in the present. They allow one to imagine the terraforming of Mars and at the same time the desertification of Earth through the ravages of climate change. There's a profound ambivalence and indeterminacy in these objects. A blue Mars is an image of an ancient past and a possible outcome of human intervention. A red Earth is hopefully a future that will never come, avoidable only through action in the present moment, rather than through fantasies of escape and starting anew. Above below presents the viewer with a choice. If a blue Mars implies a red or uninhabitable Earth, then our attention must turn from the stars and back toward the firm ground beneath our feet, leaving Mars to its own destiny. Her AI predictions that try to learn from the logic of planetary rock, from the knowledge and intelligence it stores, suggest a future in which we should never touch the soil from which her simulant derives. Povinelli's philosophy, read through Rosalina's shifting and sliding topographical imagery, enables one to ask not only if rocks can die, but if we can recognize the sovereign existence and agency of a landscape, of a mountain, of a river, of a rock, of a beach, even if empty of life, whether dead or in that broad, magical category of non-life. I've taken the provocation, the speculative potential contained in the knowledge that geochemistry might not be so clearly separated from biochemistry, that life may have sprung from clay, as so many traditional myths have it, that rocks might contain some sort of memory or maybe intelligence that could be accessed through AI, both to remystify the potential of the non-living, apparently inert things, but also to see them as having a destiny that is not merely a standing reserve, as raw material, or a stage for the drama between the living and the dead. Thinking about the potential exploration and colonization of Mars, I'm struck not just by the idea that we might need a second planet as an insurance policy for life against death or non-life, but that a whole planet could be available for the taking, for occupation and extraction. Mineral wealth, unrestricted resources, and dreams of manifest destiny seduce explorers to new worlds. It seems to have always been so. But I'm interested in taking a moment to look at Mars and wonder if it's really there for the taking, or have we even seen it yet? Or is it only terra incognita as tabula rasa, as a place for seeing ourselves? That's it.
Thank you so much, Chris. So our next speaker is Xiaowei Wang, an artist, writer, organizer, and coder based across the Pacific. Their multidisciplinary work over the past 15 years sits at the intersection of public art, tech, social, and environmental justice. They are the author of the book Blockchain Chicken Farm and Other Stories of Tech in China's Countryside, which examines the social and environmental impacts of technology on agriculture and rural communities. Xiaowei's work is shaped by their Buddhist spiritual practice, guided by their experiences of their ancestors and the care of the communities they are part of. A big influence in their work and how they see the world is their experience of ongoing vision loss due to their glaucoma diagnosis in 2017. Please welcome Xiaowei to the stage.
Great. Thank you so much to all the organizers and everyone who's been making this happen, this conference happen. As an artist and researcher, you know, the work of being out in the field and making, those two things really go hand in hand. And very broadly, I'm interested recently in infrastructural affect, labor, and the environment. And as a researcher, I do things like, I actually just released this week, which is a field guide to semiconductors. So it's really a geography of semiconductor manufacturing and thinking through the effects on the environment. Specifically, its extreme, as we know in the Bay Area, the long-lasting toxic effects on the water. And we did this through a series of interviews with people who activists who have been looking at the impacts of semiconductor manufacturing across East Asia for the past decade or so. Interviews with communities, workers, labor activists. And it's here I want to point out that I'm not interested in this as yet another supply chain story of computing's effect on the environment, but really the ways that toxicity here is a structuring device, and also you know, pointing to what Chris was saying earlier, a lot of the ways that media and standards can serve as an enforcement against what is considered life, non-life, the chemical, and the living. So this really dovetails with my artistic practice. So today I'll talk about an archive of witch fever. And I'm really interested in low-powered alternative modes of computation that are not predicated on extraction, but really the embodied ways that we can make sense of emerging technologies or render technologies as new and emerging. So I'll talk about this project, an archive of witch fever. Here's an installation view of it. Oh, also X this out. Here's an installation view of it up at Slash Art Gallery in San Francisco last year. And it's a textile-based work that's really thinking about the body as a medium of storage and transmission, and the residue of imperial archives, and how collecting becomes ossified, mineralized into ways of looking that persist even until today. And I'm really interested in asking, what are the ways that archiving can be a practice of the future? So this is the other side. So one side is this hair antenna made out of conductive thread that I wove together. And the other side is actually this enclosed clay dome that asks you to kneel and to really look inside for this like kind of enclosed miniature model of the world. And at the heart of an archive of witch fever really is this idea of speculating the past. The ways that causal chains and ruptures that unfold in time to become irretrievably lost, the distance to hold in an arc of longing when future and past become nonlinear. So many of the algorithms used throughout this project in creating a speculative botany center around projecting into the future. And so I was wondering, well, how can I repurpose some of these algorithms to really speculate a past that never existed, a kind of collapse in time? And I began the project with this idea of trying to speculate into the past through this imagined botany. So using using a StyleGAN, combining images of Trans-Pacific plantations and arts and crafts era British botanical prints made at the end of the 1800s. And I worked with a botanical illustrator to really kind of sift through these kind of generated prints into this series of the speculative botany specimens. So here are some of the different images and botanies that emerged, these flowers. And I was really interested in this moment of scientific rupture, the twinning of place and expedition. So this moment at the end of 1800s, the arts and crafts movement, alongside the transit of Venus expeditions across the Pacific. and to capture not only this image of Venus transiting across the sun, but also how these expeditions resulted in botanical collection across the Pacific, which then further fueled this type of both looking, but also plantation horticulture, of the extraction of botany from one place, the standardization of it, and then the use of it on plantations. So the two, really thinking about as well this transit of Venus expedition as traveling across a vast place in order to capture time itself, whether it was flowers existing in a particular state or an astronomical moment. So these botanical expeditions were extractions that further fueled the Plantationocene and really built upon a way of looking and archival knowledge making that formed what historian Daniela Bleichmar terms as a kind of impossible image. So botanical prints themselves that were created at the site of collection in a collapse of time itself. So when they were illustrated into botanical images, you would have, both the hand of the person holding the stem or the leaf or the plant being taken out of that illustration, but then also you would have whether it was the seed maybe from the spring alongside a flower from the summer, and then maybe a leaf from the fall. So the entire life cycle of a plant put onto one specimen, made in this sort of impossible image. And as I was working with this kind of speculative botany, searching through archival images, both these arts and crafts images, as well as the Trans-Pacific plantations along the Venus, transit of Venus sites, started looking deeper into the history of some of these plantations. And I came across actually the Barbara Kawakami archives, which are at the Japanese American National Museum in Los Angeles. And Barbara Kawakami was a seamstress who grew up on a plantation, and she worked actually as a dressmaker for many years before going back to school and becoming a storyteller and documenter of the stories of women who worked on these plantations. And so her archive, her collection, is essentially all this clothing of the plantation workers, oftentimes refashioned out of kimonos that people wore traveling on boats over. And so to see this kind of archive, which was so, one, beyond the machinic gaze, because there's so much hidden embodied detail and knowledge around, where the holes are, the kind of repetitive motions that caused, these recurring patches across different plantation worker jackets, as well as, areas rubbing away, just the kind of indexical motions that were really captured and embodied into this fabric. It also, to me, reflected this kind of hidden labor and work that was well beyond most archives. So being inspired by really the textural qualities of this clothing and this fabric. And so using both the speculative botany that I had started creating out of these archival images and arts and crafts botanical prints, starting to recreate some of these garments, and also thinking about the function of repair in her archives, the ways that each repair held a longer story. So I started experimenting with different ways of actually encoding data into this textile, so using conductive thread, which can be magnetized. I started to repair patches on existing pieces that I had, like aprons and things, and to magnetize the conductive thread embroidery so that it could actually contain digital data. So you see here on the bottom, I don't know why the video is like that, but it's a video of how you can read the conductive thread embroidery, actually. So on the bottom part, you see these phases of the moon, and they're 8 bits. And it's made out of conductive thread, and having magnetized it with actually a pretty strong magnet, you can think of the north and south as zeros and ones. And then I made a reader that could actually read each little bit of this, essentially. So really, I was interested in how this vocabulary of embroidery using conductive thread could start to form a kind of textile as this very, still very analog in some ways form of data storage. And so then, throughout this project, I was very fortunate enough to get to be at UW's DxArts Soft Lab and to start to experiment with the ways, because these are made using conductive thread, that they could also serve as radio antenna. So here was an experiment, I guess I'll... And so trying to see if I could actually use this embroidery and these formations as a kind of textile antenna for AM transmitters. So here's some of I was talking about the aprons that friends had given me, trying to repair these and actually start to encode data into the portions that I had repaired. Some of the embroidery designs actually got fairly elaborate, and all of this is made using conductive thread. I think I was really fascinated by the use of this as the use of textiles as a kind of source of transmission and extended transmission, because thinking of both the body as antenna and back to the question of living versus non-living as well, that you can use essentially anything in which electrons can flow through as a transmission antenna. So you can use a tree, you can use also your own body as an antenna. So in the installation itself, I had both this kind of fabric hard drive on the ground and then a small AM transmitter connected to a soft hair conductive thread antenna playing throughout the installation. Here's a close-up. And then I will just end there because I think I'm coming up onto time. But I'm excited to talk about both the boundaries between living and non-living as well as chemical worlds, but also the ways of thinking about maybe alternative modes of computation that are consentful, soft, intimate. As I was playing around with storing zeros and ones into those embroidered patches, it was also this funny thing where, I had talked to a friend who's much more on the embroidery side of things, and she was like, well, you don't necessarily even need like a digital reader, right? You can still encode so much data just in a purely analog format through embroidery. So I think there's also that element too. Great, thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Xiaowei. So our next speaker is Nami, a queer Chinese-Japanese Asian American from Monterey Park. They're a third-year PhD student in performance studies here at UC Berkeley with a focus on new media studies. Nami's work has been published in the Mellon Mays Undergraduate Fellowship Journal and ArtSci Converge, with an article under review for Amerasia Journal's special issue on anti-Asian violence. Their current research engages with the performance of the bad Asian, or Asian criminality, asexual sex workers, and the bodily/technological augmentation practices within Asian American communities. Let's welcome Nami to the stage.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline, for that beautiful introduction. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm really grateful to be able to introduce this burgeoning research of mine, thinking through these covert aesthetics, as I'm calling them, of David Knoll's digital curation, as a type of technoflage, a portmanteau of camouflage and technology. But before that, I just wanted to give a shout out to this green. I just learned yesterday that BCNM literally has an official green color. So I brought up my green little lip balm, as well as my green bottle. I have my green outfit. Very, very into the aesthetics, as you can see. I also, because it is the 20th anniversary, I just wanted to shout out some of the really amazing things that I have been allowed to do because of BCNM. I got to give out a shout out to Emma Frazier, who let me who let me use all of her really cool retro games and set that up for my class last semester on cyborgs. Also, shout out to Vincente, who came into class to give a talk on cyborgs and show not only your beautiful research, but also just engage with the students in a really meaningful manner. And also the internet tour. I got to drive a U-Haul with all the cool art pieces for Monsters and Chimeras, which was the Questioning New Media project led by Ozma Kazmi and Lee Crandall. So I have really enjoyed my time here, and it's become somewhat of a family. However, perhaps most importantly, BCNM has given me the tools, time, and the distance to think about and through Asian American masculinity and violence in a way that felt survivable. So I took the BCNM QE, or I declared the QE, at a time when I needed a frame. Around the spring of my first year here, there was a mass shooting in my hometown of Monterey Park. Once the inscrutable invisible subject, the Asian American growth in visibility, or more so hypervisibility, came at the cost of this tragic event, titled The Deadliest Mass Shooting in the History of Los Angeles County. I couldn't process this, and I remember when I heard the news in the club with my best friend, who had also just moved up to the Bay, and us needing to leave and cry on her couch till the evening came, or till the morning came. A tragic event in a dance studio we drove past every day to get to high school. I needed to understand this. I needed a frame. I needed data. I needed new media. Because I couldn't survive reading testimonies and feeling everything all at once. Performance studies gave me breadth, that is my home department, and shout out to them, but new media gave me scaffolding, a way to sit with patterns instead of drowning in pain. Through BCNM research grants, I was able to mentor and conduct research with an amazing undergraduate student, Lauren Chang, who's not here, doing her master's in Europe right now, woo. Our research investigated the online behaviors, I lost my place. Online behaviors of Asian American Instagram personalities who actively promote and reinforce their identity in connection with firearms. By analyzing their posts, captions, and engagement patterns, the study sought to understand the motivations behind these intersections of cultural identity and gun culture. The project also took an archival lens to look at Asian American gun violence across U.S. history and the role of the historical imaginary involving Asians with firearms, and resulted in a co-written article, which Jacqueline mentioned earlier, which is currently under final peer review for publication in AmerAsia's Journal for Anti-Asian Violence. During this research, there was a particular figure that I would like to think about more closely today, and that is artist David Knoll, and his digital and his digital curations on Instagram. I had the pleasure of being able to interview David earlier last year, and together with those comments and the continuous stream of his fully realized aesthetics on his Instagram page, dn.usa, this presentation is beginning to name the experience of an Asian American artist resenting legibility and representation as a form of protection, a mode of masculinity that complicates the gun-wielding Asian American and forces a critical self-reflection through their ambiguity. A type of Instagram you can't just mindlessly scroll through, but are forced to reckon with your own politics and ugly feelings, major and minor. I want to stay ambiguous in a way. I don't want to be known. This is one of the first things David Knoll told me in our interview, not in a moment of defiance, but in quiet reflection. And that stuck with me. That line kept replaying in my head. I want to stay ambiguous. I'm putting forward a term for what I think Knoll is doing here. Technoflage, a portmanteau of technology and camouflage. It's a working term, a tactic, a terrain, a way to read artworks, especially Asian American digital works, that refuse legibility, that lean into disappearance, that might hide in plain sight. This isn't a polished argument, and it's a process, a constellation, a kind of camouflage in its own right. And I hope you'll stay with me and indulge this tip of the iceberg and my messiness. David Knoll is a Korean adoptee, a military veteran, and a visual artist who curates digital constellations of war culture, gun aesthetics, and memes on his Instagram, dn.usa. His work is difficult and intentionally so. Sometimes people see his post and assume he's pro-military. Other times, they think he's a right-wing gun influencer. And because of this illegibility, he's actually been pulled from a lot of different shows. And yet he stays true to this performance style, and I read this technoflage as a form of resistance and community care. Technoflage is a method of obfuscation. It's camouflage, performed digitally, aesthetically, and effectively. Where camouflage hides the body, technoflage hides the intention. It lets an artist remain embedded inside hostile terrain, Instagram, gun culture, and militarism, while refusing full identification with it. Technoflage lets you be a projection screen. Viewers see what they want to see. But I also argue that if you follow closely enough, if you read the constellation, not just the posts, they might glimpse something else, something radically anti-militaristic, something abolitionist, something deeply Asian American. So here are just some of the slides. I'm going to show three of these slides that each have three pulls from his Instagram page. And as you can see here, the pinned post on top, the number one here is the FBI has not been here. Watch very closely for the removal of this sign. And over here on the left side, you have two presumably Asian American men with this K-pop star and a flag. And I think this is getting you to start thinking about the type of reverence for gun culture and gear that he's showing on this Instagram page, but also this type of meme logic, which he has here, which you can see I like the one with the Luigi gun. You clearly know where I stand with Luigi Mangione. But I think there's some sort of like irreverence here. There's this meme logic that's running through here, and this visual rhythm of repetition, irony, and detachment. And David told me, I just want to present the world in a way and let people figure it out on their own. My account is small, but I still feel like I have to play a character. And from this, I'm gathering that this feed isn't really a manifesto. It's a terrain. And if you only read one post, you'll see what you want to see. But if you map the constellations, you begin to see David. And you begin to see his policies that are actually a lot more radical. Women fear me, fish fear me, men turn their eyes away from me as I walk. No beasts dare make a sound in my presence. I am alone on this barren earth. Fuck white people, fuck white people, fuck white people, fuck white people. For this one, which I actually, I will give a content warning for a gun sound, a gunshot. It is all a augmented reality, but I just want to let people know in case people need to step out. Okay. Never mind. I did not give Kayla permission, so we're not seeing this today, but if you do want to see it, you can go to dn.usa, and this is the actual first post that I saw that really wanted me to engage with this work because of how jarring it was, and it's of SHOT Show, which for those who don't know, it's like this gun show in Nevada for gun enthusiasts, gun influencers, and they were showcasing one of their latest technologies, which is this video game-esque game where you're supposed to save this girl by shooting the guy that's holding her hostage. It's actually very disturbing, so maybe I'm glad that it's not playing for y'all. But y'all can check it out on your own time. And now I want to kind of shift into Asian American studies gear. So there's this long tradition, and why I'm reading this technoflage alongside Asian American studies. So there's this long tradition in Asian American studies of opacity, what Leslie Bow calls racist love. The idea that Asians are projected upon, fetishized, simplified. So Knoll's work doesn't turn away from this opacity, but rather embraces it. It uses the medium of social media, a space where cancel culture and hot takes thrive because everyone feels equally authorized to interpret, and turns that logic back on itself. His feed becomes a site where viewers can project their own needs into imagery. Everyone can feel righteous, affirmed, confirmed. It functions like a meme account. Not every post has to land, but when it does, you hit the follow. You say, that's my type of humor, that's my politics, whether or not it actually is. Let me bring us back to the paper Lauren and I wrote, where I theorize what we call the yellow imperil. It comes from observing 2 acts of mass violence in Monterey Park. The one that had been committed in 2023 by Hu Can Tran and gained national coverage, and the other one being Jing Chin, which was barely recognized, even though it was only in 2021, even though it happened right across the street from an elementary school there. And so even for me, a native from Monterey Park, I wasn't aware of that earlier shooting until doing this research last summer. And that erasure really struck me, not just as a gap in what local media chose to cover, but the rise of before the rise of Stop Asian Hate, but a gap in how we were allowed to be seen, how Asian American male identity can often flip without warning from invisible to monstrous. I argue that this condition of being both erased and feared, isn't just the yellow peril or the model minority logic, it's something more spectral, what we are calling the yellow imperil, a racial formation that doesn't misrepresent but unrepresents the Asian male body. It frames it as absent, impossible, or unintelligible. And technoflage grows from that condition. It becomes one possible response to the yellow imperil, a refusal to perform Asian American identity in recognizable terms, a way of cloaking frustration, failure, abjection within a visual language that mimics virality. David's feed doesn't provide a legible performance of trauma. There are no easy answers, no redemption arc, just image after image, link after link. And as he told me, I try not to bring myself into the work, but it's still there. This is the asocial turn. Scholars like Summer Kim Lee, Vivian Huang, and Xin Yao offer tools to read the Asian subject not as isolated, but as tactically illegible. Huang, for instance, writes, inscrutability becomes in itself a necessary act of world-making. Technoflage is that act here, a way to reclaim illegibility not as a mark of failure, but as an aesthetic and political strategy for survival. And by refusing both legibility and erasure, he's using camouflage not just to hide, but to signal, to disorient. Before I close, I just want to return to the interview I did with David and some thoughts on some of the comments. Anonymity is a huge part of my practice. It creates distance. I become a performer. And being honest is a way to protect yourself. This paradox struck me. To be anonymous and honest, to refuse confession and still tell the truth. That's technoflage. But it also echoes something Wendy Chun, Grace Hong, and Lisa Nakamura reminded us in their 2024 article, Understanding Asians, Anti-Asian Racism, Sentimentality, Sentiment Analysis, and Digital Surveillance. Asian Americans have long been cast as objects of emotional surveillance. From internment camps to AI-powered sentiment analysis, the idea that our feelings are both unknowable and in need of decoding is nothing new. The authors write that Asian inscrutability and emotional excess are weird affect, have become raw data for digital capitalism. So when David withholds clear political allegiances, when he doesn't walk us through his trauma, when he refuses to be easily readable, it's not avoidance, it's a refusal, it's a resistance to a long tradition of having our inner lives harvested. And yet, he still invites us in. So technoflage is also a form of kinship, of care, of invitation to others who have been orphaned by race, by the military, by America. He's not offering catharsis, he's building a constellation. Some closing thoughts. We're living in a moment of incredible polarization, extreme violence, and in this moment, technoflage might offer something small but powerful in 3 ways. 1, the ability to stay close to your community without being consumed by it. 2, the power to disappear, not as surrender, but as strategy. And 3, the refusal to the refusal to be made legible for others' comfort. As David admits, I don't know if I have a calling, but maybe I'm a translator, an interpreter, somewhere, someone undercover. This talk is my attempt to translate that and to sit in the camouflage of technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nami. And now our last speaker for this panel is Caleb Murray Bozeman, PhD student in the Department of Film and Media at UC Berkeley, where he is also pursuing a designated emphasis in new media. His research focuses on the politics and aesthetics of participation and participatory media. Please welcome Caleb to the stage.
Thanks, Jacqueline and Vincente. And it's fun to be up here and not worried about actually organizing the tech myself. Okay, so reflecting on the decade that had elapsed since the publication of her groundbreaking book, Artificial Hells, Participatory Art and the Politics of Spectatorship, in 2022, Claire Bishop described a profound shift away from the rhetoric of participation. In visual art, at least, she wrote, participation as a discourse has completely fallen out of the picture. Artificial Hells addressed a moment within the history of participatory art that has often been discussed under the rubric of relational aesthetics. The coined term by Nicolas Broglio to describe art in the 90s and then later into the 2000s, aimed at fostering interactions between members of the artwork's audience. Participation seemed to be everywhere during this period, and yet, this is Bishop's point in 2022, the vocabulary of participation that characterized relational aesthetics rapidly gave way to alternative frameworks in the 2010s. Other scholars, especially those writing about art that engages with computational media, have identified related shifts away from participation towards an aesthetics of impersonal connectivity. I'm thinking of James Hodge's work there, or of exhaustion and Carolyn Kane's writing and curation, or of lethargy for Tang Wei Hu, all of which are opposed to this participatory paradigm of relational aesthetics. In 1997, Broglio could write of, quote, an angelic program underway in contemporary art because of, quote, an upsurge of convivial, user-friendly artistic projects, festive, collaborative, participatory, exploring the varied potential in the relationship to the other, end quote. It'd be hard to imagine Broglio, another scholar of contemporary art, using that same language today. So I want to ask what accounts for the shift away from the rhetoric of participation. And in this talk, I'm going to offer a close reading of an artwork that can help us historicize that shift. So in October of 2010, at the tail end of the debates occasioned by Broglio's relational aesthetics, the artist Aaron Barthel, who is the one pictured on the bottom left, then in residency at I-Beam in New York City, installs 5 USB flash drives in public locations across the city. You can see one on that top right picture. He'd find small holes in brick walls, gaps between stone blocks, and insert a flash drive, seal it in place with fast-setting cement. These drives contained nothing but a readme.txt file with the exhortation, this is the one on the right, drop any files you want on this drive, download any files here which look interesting to you, as well as a short manifesto which encourage users to mount their own USB sticks in accessible public outdoor locations. So with these 5 installations, Barthel launched Dead Drops, an ongoing project that now comprises thousands of flash drives installed in public locations all across the world. As this manifesto declares, Dead Drops offers those who use it, quote, an anonymous offline peer-to-peer file sharing network in public space. So a sort of open access, site-specific alternative to exchanging files via the internet. It sets up an infrastructure designed to foster interaction between its audience and the hardware, and at 1 degree of remove between among its users. In other words, Dead Drops organizes a form of interpersonal interaction reminiscent of how relational aesthetics, relational art mobilizes audience participation. But unlike the artists most often associated with relational aesthetics, Barthel comes out of the tradition of net art. And indeed, he saw himself as part of a second wave of net art. He coined the term pop net art to describe his own work. And so the interaction that his work orchestrates here occurs via digital mediation. But Dead Drops nevertheless shares in the core project of relational aesthetics in that it creates conditions for an unscripted participatory experience. And it leaves the content of exchange up to members of its audience. Many of the critics and scholars and journalists, et cetera, who have written about the piece treat Dead Drops as a conceptual critique of the internet circa 2010. The significance in their readings of the forms of interaction that Barthel's work makes possible takes shape against the backdrop of an internet that restricts those same forms of interaction. The content that internet users access is hosted on distant, inaccessible servers, whose materiality the seemingly instant virtual connection elides, thus rendering both the servers and the infrastructure that connects them to computers invisible. While invisible, these infrastructures nonetheless enable the digital technologies of surveillance and of control. They allow for the collection of metadata, for instance, for the tracking of individual IP addresses, etc. The internet's illusionary placelessness, its mythology of the cloud, act as an ideological cover for the exploitation that it facilitates. Dead Drops, by contrast, creates a network that makes visible its material infrastructure in the form of these very visibly protruding USBs. And this offline structure does not allow for tracking and surveillance. Because files are stored locally on the flash drive, users do not access a copy remotely, but instead have control over the site of the digital file exchange. And because plugging a flash drive or plugging a laptop onto a flash drive does not generate metadata, users of Dead Drops remain anonymous, confident that the content of their exchange cannot be traced back to them, or aggregated into the databases, data sets that function as the engine for the contemporary information economy. These qualities of the artwork pose an implicit critique of the internet, its ideology of the cloud, in response to this perceived shift in the internet's organizing logic towards the dominance of large media companies, constant tracking, limited channels for exchange, black boxing, big data, etc. Dead Drops conjures a fantasy of an earlier moment in the history of the internet, characterized by constitutive openness, now apparently closed off. So I want to emphasize how Barthel positions Dead Drops as a defense of the sort of open, unrestricted communication and exchange, perceived as increasingly under threat. I'll do that by briefly describing 2 high-profile instances, moments early in the work's trajectory. So first, in 2011, the artist Michael Manning, this is his work pictured on his exhibition pictured on the left. He curated a net art exhibition called Street Show, The Things Between Us, which viewers could only access from this Dead Drop that Barthel had installed outside of I-Beam in New York. The exhibition contributed to the debate surrounding the commodification of digital art that followed the selling of an animated GIF by Rhizome at that year's Armory show. Rhizome's then executive director said in an interview that they would take the work offline so the collector could have it locally, which sparked protests among artists and activists who opposed restrictions on access to digital art. And of course, this all was taking place well before NFTs more recently. Manning responded to this sort of mini controversy by releasing the artworks in his exhibition via Dead Drops. So locally, as with that commodified GIF, but in a way that facilitated the free copying and sharing of the art. And that's the one pictured again on the left. That same year, 2011, curators at MoMA included the original 5 Dead Drops in the exhibition Talk to Me, Design and the Communication Between People and Objects. On his blog, Barthel posted a humorous and yet practical guide for artists who wanted to get their work into MoMA. All they had to do was visit the exhibition and upload their art onto one of the drives. At Street Show, Dead Drops challenged the concept of private ownership of digital files. At Talk to Me, it offered a way to circumvent the gatekeeping that restricts access to the world of high art. What's important today for our purposes is that in both these two cases, Dead-Drops positions those who use it as active subjects asserting their agency against institutions that seek to restrict that agency. A similar insistence on agency undergirds Dead-Drops' critique of the internet. As I've already shown, Dead-Drops protests a change in how the internet organizes the actions of its users by asking its audience to interact with the art, with the network, with each other, in ways that the internet seems to preclude. So it casts its audience in the role of active participants who refuse to abide by the constraints imposed on their digital communications and instead take the mechanics of exchange into their own hands. The dystopian specter of the contemporary internet looms over the work as a force for control, for regulation, restriction. Dead-Drops responds by celebrating a rebellious agency that demands open exchange. Like the artworks associated with relational aesthetics, Dead-Drops valorizes participation as something oppositional or even liberating. Similarly, it describes an inherent value to a specific form of sociality conceptualized as unfettered interpersonal communication. And yet, I want to spend the rest of the talk focusing on something very strange about Dead-Drops. So while it's an artwork that seems to be all about interactivity, most people who actually come across Dead-Drops never participate. They never actually plug their laptops onto these protruding drives and use it to exchange files. In an interview, Barthel described this lack of participation as follows. He said, "It claims, it being his own artwork, that it's a file sharing and uncontrollable and radical, but at the same time, it's very limited in its capacity and capability. It's also surprising that way more people discuss Dead-Drops than actually use them. You come back and you see maybe 5 people were there. At the same time, the blog post about it had thousands of visitors." So Dead-Drops, as a concept, generated plenty of hype, news, online commentary, but less physical and spatial interaction with the hard drives themselves. The widespread non-participation among those who actually encountered the artwork throws the interpretations that I just outlined above into doubt. So I had just suggested, right, that the work is about doing something at its core, going outside into the city, physically engaging with digital infrastructure, manually exchanging files, that Dead-Drops mobilizes this activity as a way of opposing the structural restrictions placed on user activity by the contemporary internet. But for those who don't use the flash drives, Dead-Drops is actually about not doing, not participating. It thus bears radically different affective and political implications. Those who encounter Dead-Drops might not actually connect their laptops to the USB drives for a number of reasons, right? Connecting is challenging precisely because it does require action from potential users who must travel to a specific place, strike a potentially awkward pose in order to connect. There were cases where people had installed the drive upside down. You would then have to like flip your laptop and maybe your body in order to actually plug into it. In other cases, perhaps the majority of them, connecting is actually impossible because the drives are broken or stolen or corroded over time by the weather or just difficult to find. A quick glance at this world map of Dead-Drops reveals that the vast majority no longer function. This black logo means it doesn't work. In the city currently, this week, the only 3 remaining drives are all inaccessible. So would be, even when connection is possible, connecting may actually pose risks. Would-be users might feel unsafe taking their laptop out onto the street, or they might fear exposing their computer to malware. Much of the press about the project actually emphasizes this latter risk. Users cannot verify the safety of files that anonymous others have uploaded, and people could tamper with the drive so that it itself transmits viruses. As a result, many have likened Dead-Drops to a digital glory hole, associating the risk of plugging a public flash drive into a computer with the risk of contracting a disease through sex with unseen strangers. And this connection has been made repeatedly in online discussions of the project, whether on Reddit or just in news about it, or even by those who use Dead-Drops. The image on the top right is a picture of a Dead-Drop by a collective in LA who likens it explicitly to a glory hole, and they show their artwork that way. Dead-Drops and glory holes share perhaps an obvious formal spatial arrangement. A flash drive sticking out of the wall might resemble an erect penis sticking through a hole in a wall, and indeed penetrates the laptop if the user attaches to it. This phallic quality of USB drives also accounts for the marketing of so-called USB condoms, whose purpose is to protect devices from public chargers that might otherwise steal data or plant malware on a device. But this analogy extends beyond merely framing Dead-Drops as the site of a sexualized encounter. Crucially, both Dead-Drops and glory holes hold out to the promise of anonymity. The appeal of each stems partly from the appeal of remaining unidentified. The structural anonymity of a glory hole facilitates the subversion of sexual norms. Those who visit a glory hole often don't know who they're having sex with and are themselves unknown to their sexual partners and can thus engage in sexual practices without staking their public identities. The excitement and thrill of using dead drops also derives from the associations between anonymity and subversion, hence the artwork's title, Dead Drops, right, which positions its audience as discreet spies communicating sensitive information at great risk to their own safety. It's the same anonymity that allows dead drops to position itself as oppositional. Since their identities are unknown, its users cannot be tracked or controlled. Uncontrolled can apply unprotected, and anonymity also involves risk. The unknown and unvetted others that one may encounter via dead drops could be malicious, just as sex or attempted sex with unknown partners carries risks of its own. The anonymity of the glory hole also frees those who use it from accountability to each other, and thereby allows for sexual non-reciprocity. When neither partner knows the other, each can focus solely on their own pleasure, can begin or end the encounter at will, can isolate the body part with which they are in contact, be it genitalia, mouth, hand, ass, etc., from the rest of the body behind the wall. So the glory hole separates sex as the pursuit of physical pleasure from sex as interpersonal relation. It allows one to avoid a social obligation to engage with the other as a person rather than as a sexual object. Visitors of the glory hole can temporarily escape their social roles, the social roles to which they are normally beholden. This is why Dave Holmes et al. Can, in their study of glory holes, argue that, quote, the glory hole affords an intense temporary escape from the demands of subjectivity. Might dead drops offer the same, an opportunity to suspend the burden of being a subject responsive to the demands of others, or perhaps to the demands of the network itself? But in answering that question, we again run into the problem that most people who actually encounter this work never actually participate. So as a digital glory hole, dead drops is rarely, if ever, used. In other words, dead drops evokes the glory hole as a form and a concept, but it doesn't actually solicit its use. It's reminiscent then of the recent West Australian Museum's acquisition of a glory hole, pictured here, for display as a historical artifact rather than as a structure intended to facilitate particular interpersonal interactions. Like the glory hole, dead drops constructs a potentially risky experience of anonymous encounter. This very connection, though, is both what sparked interest in the project in the first place and what stopped many from actually taking part in it. So this glory hole aesthetics of uncontrolled exchange generated an excitement that was not matched by any actual interaction. This makes dead drops a useful object through which we can trace the divergence of two different conceptions of participation, and I want to conclude on that note. So on the one hand, dead drops constructs this distinctly retro ideal of participation. Right? If we think of glory holes as the site of actual sexual encounter, it feels rather past, in part due to the ubiquity of hookup sites or apps like Grindr that do away with the need for a physical infrastructure enabling anonymous sex. And then there's a retro quality to net art as well, right? Its celebration of interactivity, which dead drops inherits, also belongs to this earlier historical moment in which that interactivity held the seemingly limitless promise of a liberatory move away from the controlled forms of engagement that characterize a mass media model towards something more democratic and decentralized. So dead drops constructs this retro version of participation as an ideal that contrasts with contemporary patterns of digital exchange that I discussed earlier. The second version of participation as engagement following predetermined modes, predetermined channels. I'm out of time, so I want to conclude by just returning briefly to the discourse of participation in participatory art over the last decade that I began with. So in this preface to Artificial Hells, the new one, Bishop suggests that one reason for this change is the ubiquity of social media's rhetoric of participation. She addresses artwork that uses participatory techniques, but that no longer invokes the frame of participation because that framework has been compromised. Dead Drops, in turn, mobilizes that framework, right? It stages a participatory experience, but one in which most do not participate. It functions, I've tried to argue, as a sort of pivot point from a moment in which participation was celebrated for its oppositional or even liberatory qualities to one in which a sanitized participation, stripped of its oppositional promise, has become the default mode of digital engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Caleb. So let's welcome all of our panelists back to the stage, along with our faculty respondent, former BCNM director, Greg Niemeyer.
there is a glory hole still on the laptop here. It's very hard to not be distracted by that. There. Well, thank you so much for keeping the research alive. It's been an intense 2 days, and BCN has grown over the decades, and it's really exciting to see how people like you are studying right now, and people like you who are professors and others who are professors, how that dynamic continues, and how the research deepens. And so I'm very honored to be part of that, and really grateful to see that. We heard 4 presentations, 2 of which, let's see, 3 of which featured an artist that wasn't present, and 1 of them featured an artist that was present, and it was really beautiful. And I just want to bring back to memory the work of Sara Rosa Luna, who presented tapestries that dealt with the potential demise of our planet and its relationship to another planet, Mars. So that was a really interesting layering, and had a lot to do with the sun, of course, this topic we engaged in over the lunch break. And then Xiaowei Wang presented their own work, which I deeply appreciated, with archives and with bringing back botanical studies. And then Nami presented the artwork of David Noel, and the final presentation, Caleb's, was of course about Arun Patel and those data drops. Surprisingly, in all 4 presentations, there was a flip from the invisible to the monstrous, if I may quote you. And there was something invisible that turned monstrous. And I thought that was really fascinating. I don't know if you all agree with that, but in Chris's presentation, we saw the artist looking at history and potential future, and looking at the potential demise of the planet, which is absolutely monstrous and terrifying. And when we turn it into art, we often think, it's acceptable. It's processable. It's within the framework of perception, but it isn't. And that is a really strong tension in that work. Is that if you really think about what they're saying, what Sarah's saying with her work, there's literally saying actually this beautiful tradition of 20 years of building scholarship around new media, it's actually going to end. It really will end, and it's not that far away. So it's terrifying. It's monstrous, and yet at the same time, the future is completely invisible and speculative, and so there clearly was a turn from the invisible to the monstrous. And then Xiaowei looked at archives which deal with botany, but that is actually in a very fiercely, I don't know how you navigated that whole talk without bringing up colonial critique directly, but it was very present and very palpable, and the idea to combine a trip to see the transit of Venus with the trip to collect a few botanical samples and then turn them into essentially what looked like Morris wallpaper in many cases, is literally this kind of a grand tour of the world where Western people collect everything they see as if it were available. And just the other day I was talking to somebody who traveled to Hawaii and said they were impressed with all the exotic birds they saw. And I'm like, well, they're not exotic to themselves. They've been there all the time. They're only exotic to you. So actually, you're the exotic bird. And he was very puzzled. He looked at me. You really think so? You think of me as an exotic bird? He's like, not here, but there, yes. And so anyways, there is a monster there as well that is initially invisible, which is this operation of collecting everything, and then through the archive becomes manifest and visible, but monstrous as well. So. In the third presentation, we had a very literal version of this, where you have, I don't know if have you ever seen one of these data drops? Have you ever used it?
I have seen them. I've never actually plugged them.
Kind of like the glory hole, right? Yeah, well, tell me about it. So it's a dare. It's really a quite interesting dare. And within that dare, there's this framework that was really clearly articulated in Nami's talk about the framing of anonymity as both liberating, as in a way a liberating practice. And so it is in anonymity that we can subvert some of the structures that bear the monstrous, and it's a very interesting twist and turn. And so, of course, the quote I'm using here, flip from invisible to monstrous, comes from Nami's talk about David Noel, and I think it was really inspiring to see how these all interact with each other. So my first question would be, do you agree with this observation that there is in fact an invisible to monstrous thread through all of your work? And once we encounter the monstrous, what are we doing? Are we running away, or are we becoming monsters ourselves? And or are we fighting the monster somehow? And what exactly is the monster that we're looking at in these cases? So that would be my first question. Sometimes it takes a second.
Okay. I think it's
Yeah,
on.
you got it. And you can pass the microphone to each other, maybe like that.
Yeah,
Everybody knows when
yeah.
they're speaking.
I think there is something monstrous. I mean, I think the monster that Rosalina is pointing at in her work is Elon Musk. But I also think that, I thought there was a real connection between what we were both talking about, too, with this idea of, there's the return to non-life is like a total horror, right? Like this idea, and looking at Mars as a place that can be taken, I think is aligns with these colonial ideas that everything is there for extraction.
Yeah.
That that is a monstrous impulse that is so deep within Western culture that we can kind of imagine plundering the planet we're on to get to another planet to plunder it. Like there's something horrible in that circuit. And I hope, or I think that Sarah's work tries to show or gestures at the idea that this is not an inevitable future, that we can choose to not go, we can choose to not move forward, by showing that we're in a mirrored and inverse relationship with this. Like any desire to leave the planet implies kind of an abandonment of this one, both in terms of requiring much more extraction to get there, to then do what we do so well, which is heat up a planet and pollute the crap out of it in order to create an atmosphere, or something. So I do think the specter of the monstrous is everywhere in that work, but like all monsters, like we see them when we look in the mirror, like that's us, so.
Yeah. A cultural anticipation of our own demise.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree. And I think something that really actually stuck with me in the archives, and, that colonial gaze and collecting was definitely a huge part of my work.
Often it's not a gaze.
Yes, and the violence, really, of conquest, right? And when I was looking at the archives of Barbara Kawakami, what struck me was that there was a lot of clothing that the plantation workers in Hawaii, they were making using this kind of patterned botanical fabric. So it was really something that came out of extraction, went to the metropole, was part of like Victorian dresses, and then kind of reproduced en masse, and then became this sort of workwear.
It's almost emblematic extraction. It's like I'm carrying the emblem of extraction that along with me. Yeah. Exactly,
and to make it like softened or domestic into a vocabulary. And to me, however, like when I really think too about that geological force, very much like referencing Pavanelli, I think there is this element of, Nami, you used the word inscrutable. That kind of power of inscrutability is really latent too, right? Like, so when I was just wrapping up all this work on semiconductors and toxicity this past week, there's just so many ways in which we don't anticipate like these chemical influences actually spreading beyond borders, nation states, affecting planetary health. And it feels, I don't want to ascribe it or an over sense of agency, but there is this kind of inscrutable power in these kinds of non-life forms. So that's something that I think about too.
Yeah, I guess I can speak a little bit towards this. And I think it's beautiful how you weaved all of our presentations under this under this lens. And Lee is in the audience as well, because it's making me think about our Monsters and Chimeras, a questioning the media course that you helped to lead.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just thinking about the monstrous alongside technology, it's also making me think of Lauren Lee McCarthy's newest piece, Driverless, with this performance auto happening in July, where she's really thinking about how AI and technology has us at this driver's seat of this auto car, and how it's speeding and keeps speeding up towards a place that we don't know, and yet we know it's coming. And I think there is something scary about that, very monstrous. And thinking about social media and this reflection aspect, when I see like posts of David's where I laugh or I find myself in them, I have to question myself a little bit, because I'm like, why am I laughing at a meme of Luigi Mangione? You know, like there's something that I have to contend with, the own monster within me that allows me to cope with this destruction of our world through humor and understand that monstrous side of myself. Yeah.
So the monster within, that's beautifully said. I thank you for that. Caleb?
Yeah, I hadn't necessarily thought in those terms, but I think that makes quite a lot of sense in terms of how I'm thinking about Dead Drops, which is, of course, about the pointing to the sort of invisibility of internet infrastructure to suggest something about its own monstrous shape, but then something that's very much present within the artwork itself and the critiques that I laid out of it in the first half of my talk. But then I think there's also something sort of doubly monstrous in the sort of modes of engagement, whether expected or planned or not, that came out of that work, that sort of reaffirmed the sort of pervasive pull of particular predetermined channels of participation, even though that our work sort of, at least ostensibly, is trying to move beyond them, sort of point at something beyond them. So I think there's sort of that, yeah, that monstrous specter sort of on both levels in that work. Yeah.
So that brings me to two topics, and I'm not sure if we should open up to questions right away, or if we're okay with a few more dialogues. Does anybody have a burning question coming up? Do you have a little more time left? I'm just checking. Not yet. Yeah. Just can we do a little more talking? So two more topics. One, the monstrosity of the platform, which is all of us as artists and all the artists you quoted. They operate within large platforms that are in themselves perhaps even more monstrous. And one of them is certainly any form of social media. Another one is the gun industry. Another one is the very tools we use to produce some of this content, and how do the sort of monstrous objects within a monstrous platform subvert the monstrous platform? Is that possible? Is there a hope there? Is there a hope, or is it just going to always be absorbed by the platform that it uses to deliver itself? Or even for something like a tapestry, which these are hand-woven tapestry and they're exquisite, but also they refer to the loom as the original digital media, and so they're richly layered in addressing the monstrosity of machines taking away labor. So many possibilities there. Platform versus object within the platform.
This isn't quite an answer, but I was thinking about how the arts and crafts movement was really a reaction to the industrialization of the weaving industries. This return to the hand or something like that. That felt implied everywhere. I mean, whatever. I think capitalism seems to be really good at recuperating all of its critiques. Always, like it's really a hard wall to bang your head against. But I think sometimes I'm just looking for a really productive ambivalence of something that it can go either way, and keep like rattling with a kind of indeterminacy that makes you not know or unsteadies your relationship to the futures that are presented to us as being inevitable.
Yeah.
And so how can we, kind of these, like I think about uncertain commons and these kinds of challenges to speculative frameworks of setting financialized speculation, which tries to bet on something in the present continuing into the future, and to ride that against other forms of speculation that try, like literary ones, that try to imagine a future out there, so that we can work our way back to an adjacent present. Like how do we move over so we get somewhere than the path that we seem to be on. And so I do think almost everything gets recuperated, but if we can hold open these moments of ambivalence, of either ors, or of unreadability, I feel like that's productive in our present moment.
Something that you've foregrounded in your comments as well, Nami, was the contradiction that David presented in their interviews. Yeah, I appreciated that. Yeah.
I'll speak on that, but first I'll just mention I'm dealing with the tertiary monster, which is teaching for the university for very little pay. But I do have a class at 3. My alarm just went off, so I'm just going to finish this question, then head off to teach. But yeah, I think with David, he's a very interesting person, does not show his face. The only picture you can find online of him was the one of him in the military garb that you see, military attire that you saw in the presentation. So when I was interviewing him, I think I was not looking for a gotcha moment. I hate gotcha journalism, but I was very interested in figuring out his politics and where he was standing, and I was looking for those contradictions. But I think he would be someone who would openly admit to existing within those contradictions.
Absolutely.
And if that makes him like a monster, I think he'd take that mantle. And I think that's one thing that maybe I didn't add enough in the presentation that I need to think more towards about the platform itself being Instagram. Like, how radical can you really be on this platform, especially if you're not going to take a stance? But this technoflage, at least in this present moment, in order to gain back trust of certain followers, that community that he grew up in as this Korean adoptee who is also a veteran of the U.S., feels like potentially one of the only ways forward, because there is just so much polarization. So him being able to placate kind of this polarization of the nation and still have support on both sides, I think is speaking to this power of being able to camouflage amongst both amongst the polarization. So yeah, I'm not sure if that's monstrous or if I'm just pandering towards each side. Yeah, pandering to each side. But there is something there about holding one's attention and one's faith or belief that the platform will continue to give you something. Every time I go to his Instagram, I'm hoping to find, a meme that will resonate with me or something I could share with others. So that form of connection and care still present in his work, I think is very telling of an overall goal.
Thank you. Contradiction as camouflage, I'll enjoy that. Thank you so much, Nami. Runner's applause. Yes. Any questions in the audience that we'd like to share? I do have one more, but we can save that for later. Yeah. Tom.
Hi. So thank you all again. I thought that was really an amazing panel. And Greg, also thanks for your comments and questions. This is maybe primarily for Chris, but I was wondering about, this kind of return to animacy and thinking about the ways in which material can be life and how rock can be life. And that we have, as you know, traditional cosmologies that have thought that for a long time. And so what is getting there through AI and through art give us that would be different from the ways of getting there through other practices or beliefs? Because there's obviously something in the way that you're presenting this material to us that I think is distinct, but I was just hoping you could speak more to that tension.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, obviously, traditional cosmologies play a big role in this, and in Rosalina's work in particular, she's a Wiarika artist, and those narratives are really important to her and to Povinelli and to the other people that I surfaced in there. I guess for me, some of this comes from the what feels like these inevitable pushes that like AI is coming, and we've squeezed the toothpaste out of the tube and there's no getting it back in or something like that, right? And I've just become like really, I almost want to say like bored or tired with the idea that we're, modeling versions of kind of human thought and then become terrified by them or annoyed at their banality or disappointed in them. And I just feel like I have no idea why, if we're going to use our most advanced technology to try to understand something, why we're trying to understand ourselves. Like, I just don't want to see bad versions of us. Like, I want to understand, you know, mycelium networks. Like, I want to understand how octopuses think. Like, I just want something else than us, you know. And so I think for me, and looking through Sarah's work, one of the things that I really like about it is that she's trying to get us to use AI to think on scales that exceed kind of humanity in some way, like, and as scales, whether it's, I mean, I'm bringing it to crystals and things that happen at such small and slow levels that we can't perceive them, or for her thinking about geological time on the scale of billions of years. Like, what are the kinds of knowing and knowledges that just exceed our ability to even comprehend them? And if we're going to turn our technology to understanding things, I want to understand those things that seem inescapable, like you know, like that we can't capture. So for me, that's just kind of like, what are the redemptive hopes I might have around AI? And it's not that I can get it to write a mediocre student paper. Like, that sounds like the worst use of this kind of technology. But if anything could be made, if it could be used in any way to help us understand the things that escape us and that we can't see, and to model like radically other forms of intelligence rather than our own, then that's like what I want to see happen, or something like that. So that, I think that's where I'm coming from. Do I think AI needs to do it? No, but I think even these, so many kind of, if I'm thinking of Grace Dillon, people like this who have always been interested in the deeply technological ways, like forms of indigenous knowledges and things like that, that there might actually, that loop might be a nice way to circle back around to things, you know. So, so I guess it's just a mode of hopefulness in a period of so little hope, I think. Yeah. That's the best answer I have for that.
Okay, unfortunately, we are out of time. So
it just is about to get good.
Well, if you have more questions for our wonderful panel, go find them during the coffee break, which is right now. We just got a new delivery of coffee and tea from Galleys. Please go drink it. I had to throw away so much leftover coffee yesterday, which is a really sad thing for a grad student to do. So go out there and, you know, bring the questions that you left unasked to our panelists. The next panel will begin at 3:20, so in about 15 minutes. If you are on the next panel, after you get your coffee, please come and see me.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. Hopefully you've got re-energized. We're going to start in about 39 and a half seconds, so figure out where you need to land to get focused and organized, and take the caffeine and any chocolate energy into your body, into your mind. All right. Welcome back. I guess this is the penultimate. We got one more little thing after this. My name's Eric Paulus. I am a very proud faculty member in the Berkeley Center for New Media. It's absolutely one of the most cherished things about what I get to do. And I'm going to be chairing this really fascinating session on sort of craft, materiality, creativity, and computational design. And at least the world and the way I lens things, I'm very interested in how people use these different materials in creative ways. Often we are in a landscape about, you know, profit and entrepreneurship, and what I love about the Berkeley Center for New Media is it really confronts other territory and terrain, and I love the kind of conversations we have. I just want to thank everybody again that organized this, and for all the leadership that's been part of this. It's been fantastic. So we're going to kind of hopefully go out with a lot of energy here. So let me, we're going to introduce our speakers. Form your questions now. We're going to have time for discussion, so that's the plan. So the first speaker is going to be Laura Devendorf. She is faculty at the Atlas Institute at University of Colorado at Boulder. Laura, I've known for a very long time. She's always done fantastic work here. Right now, she's brings digital tools for communicating and negotiating with materials, and you'll see a lot of that in her work. It's beautiful, it's stunning, and it's provocative. Her current research is deeply engaged with weaving and weavers. Specifically, she spent the last several years developing AdaCAD, which is a tool for applying the principles of computational design to the creation of woven structures. She actually directs, what a fantastic name, the Unstable Design Lab. So that great name's taken, so sorry to tell you about that. She's also an affiliate faculty member in computer science and intermedia writing, art, and performance at the University of Colorado Boulder. And she received her PhD here from the Information School. I see many folks from the Information School. I think her advisor is here. There she is, Kamiko Ryokai. Okay. Yeah, so from here, and then she also, her undergrad was at University at St. UC Santa Barbara. Let's not waste time. Let's welcome Professor Laura Davendorf.
Like, oh, what's that? I'm going to wait for this little brightness calibration to go away. Or maybe this is just a fun... Oh. Well, I'll use this minute anyway to just say thank you so much for organizing this conference, for inviting me to come speak. It's a little surreal actually standing on this stage, as I've seen so many people give talks here that I've admired, and it's just really nice to be back here. It feels like home in a way. And so, yeah, just such a nice opportunity. Thanks especially to Caleb, who's been very patient about the slides. Oh my God, it's still there. Oh, woohoo! All right. So yes, my name is Laura Davendorf. Today I'm going to talk about designing tools as sites of reflection and speculation. So what we're seeing on screen here is a woven textile. What's kind of interesting about it is not necessarily what it's doing, but the construction techniques. So it was woven entirely in one piece. All of the electronics are embedded in its structure. So it has, I think, 16 embedded magnets and 16 handmade magnetic coils, which we made on the bobbin winder for weaving shuttles. Yeah, and I like to start this talk here because I think while we see things like this and we regard them as high-tech, the precedents for this technology are actually recorded in the Old Testament. So in this passage, they say, they made the ephod, which is like a papal garment of some type, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And they did beat the gold into thin plates and cut it into wires and work it in the blue and in the purple and in the scarlet and in the fine linen with cunning work. So what I love about this passage is it's kind of telling us that these histories of putting metal into cloth are not new. They've been around for a long time. It's just new that we're now plugging them in, right? So they used to just be decorative. They used to be status. They still are status in a lot of ways, but now you can plug Marie Antoinette in and get a giant antenna. So there's a lot of these instances. I think Greg just recently mentioned one of the Jacquard computer being kind of the basis of modern computing. Sorry, the Jacquard loom. But there's also other instances where I see textile histories being used in electronics manufacturing, like in Daniela Rosner, who's another iSchool alum's beautiful book, Critical Fabulations. But also, one of the first programmers at IBM was Janice Lurie, who was making her own textile digital graphics program. And at the 1968 World Fair, she debuted a program where you could draw with a light pen and it would print out that textile on cloth. So there's something about these projects that I still think, had they been submitted to like the premier conferences in our venue today, would have held up as sort of high tech, yet we often don't hear about them or see them. We often sort of believe that technology got better, and that's why we don't have these kind of things. So what I like to do in my work is really use weaving as a site to contemplate that choice. So what did we lose when we moved away from textile craft? What did we lose when we chose to work with materials that were maybe automatable, standardized, high precision from machines, but maybe low precision from humans? Or what does it mean when you trade off, working in a way where it's your kind of body that's the dexterity, that's bringing the kind of thoughtfulness and the material play. So, let's go to the next slide. Oh, you don't want to go to the next slide. Here we go. So yes, Eric introduced me. Thank you very much. My name's Laura Devendorf. Since you introduced me, I don't have to do this slide, but I want to give a shout out to the Unstable Design Lab. So a lot of the work and the ideas that you're seeing in this space are always kind of filtering like a sea squid in and out of my brain. So a lot of the ideas I'm presenting can't be mine alone, but come in combination with a lot of the students I work with, a lot of the faculty that I've been working with. Here's a more recent picture of us. We like to wear coordinated outfits. And I wanted to give a very special shout out to Stephen Frost, who's been my collaborator since I've started at CU. They were the person who really helped me warp my first floor loom. A lot of you have mentioned the lab social media as being great. That's all Stephen, and so just wanted to make a note to say hi about Stephen. He's in media studies. They're lovely. So my work follows two frequencies. And in this talk today, maybe it's a little untraditional, but I wanted to start from like where I left off at Berkeley and kind of how it's developed and morphed through there. And I see it kind of following two frequencies. Often I kind of publish them separately. One is maybe more of an art practice, and the other is what I can like write grants and academic papers about. One of the tracks is kind of like building tools so I can make the practice and the artwork that I want to make. So one frequency is creative tools as sites for reflection and speculation, and the other has really been just this track of life and motherhood specifically. So at Berkeley, I was really fascinated with 3D printers while also being pregnant, which was an interesting moment to kind of reflect on what this technology is promising and what my body was somehow doing as I was looking at this technology. What does it mean to bring form into the world? Where does this form come from? And what was so helpful is I was able to take seminars here, specifically with Rosemary Joyce in archaeology and anthropology, that showed me and introduced me to different narratives about where form comes from. And what I saw really embodied in a lot of the work in digital design and technology was this hylomorphic description of form, where it really comes from a human having a great idea, and we want to just put our great idea into the world. The materials should just get out of the way. They're more or less inert, and we sort of mold them and we put them into the forms we want. And I really saw that as embodied in the 3D printer. I can design something on the computer, I can make impossible shapes and Klein bottles, but I have to use this plastic to get it out. I lost all my material diversity because I made this choice that privileged my idea. So I got really fascinated in this other form of creative practice, and one that I felt resonated a little bit more with what I felt creative work to be and what I saw other people describing it as, which was a more morphogenic collaboration. So this is basically saying we tease form out of the materials, that we're not coming up with ideas in isolation. We encounter things in the world, they imprint on us, we imprint on them, and we're sort of co-formed in this moment. So for me, I wanted to imagine, like, what happens right here? This is, for me, a really magic moment where people are encountering something that may not be intuitive, that may not be easy to use, but is a site of change and attention. What can we do in that space? So the first thing I did was redesign a 3D printer for this kind of morphogenic model. And that was my dissertation project. I had some amazing collaborations, of course, with Kamiko, my advisor, but also Gail DeKosnik, thinking about this through the lens of performance studies, because I wrote a system that basically asks a human to perform the instructions of a 3D printer. So sort of choreographing the body in this way of the machine, maybe as kind of a tongue-in-cheek commentary, but also as a site to just reflect on, like, machines as instruction sets, less than machines as solutions. I also started sort of exploring this in my own experience as a parent. So what could I do to take this moment? For me, parenting, and I think for other people, but we don't say it as much, is frustrating. You're constantly dealing with a human that you made who doesn't listen to you, right? Like They don't, they're little people, you know, and I couldn't control them. And I felt like in those moments where I started, you know, tracking feedings and tracking poop colors and all these things, it was like, oh, I'm using all of this as just a mechanism to feel a sense of control. And I think at that moment, I just started to see all these technologies and tools have this like illusion of control. So how do we take that moment of frustration and unresolve it? What else can kind of be made visible? I think what else is interesting in this project is I was reading Nicholas Damancho's spacesuit book, and I was thinking about the body architectures as way to inhabit harsh spaces. So if I made a suit of pacifier nipples, everyone could suck on me and I would still be safe. So I eventually left Berkeley and started at the University of Colorado in 2017. One of the last projects I did at Berkeley with Eric and also Kimiko and several students from both of those spaces was a collaboration with Google exploring the introduction of conductive yarns into woven textiles. And this is the first time I had really encountered textiles. And I learned that textiles and looms were the 3D printer that I actually really wanted. I could design things computationally, and I could fabricate them by hand. I could use all the different materials I want, and so I basically taught myself how to weave on a series of different looms with my friend Steven's help. And in that weaving, I started to realize that I'm terrible at it. You gain a lot of respect and humility when you're not succeeding and you're not solving problems. And I really came to admire the work of different weavers. One of the things I learned and that I love to show is that though our clothes are woven or knit, the processes by which they're woven and knit optimize throughput, not variation. So there's no reason that cloth shouldn't be or can't be 3 dimensions. So in all these discussions about 3D printing, it was like, how do we make it multi-material? How do we make it soft? How do we make it customizable? And here I'm looking at a loom that's customizable, soft, multi-material, and there wasn't any sort of discourse around it. So some of the first grants I wrote were really thinking about what we can do in that space. Here's just another sample. This is a force sensor that we created using a loop pile technique. So the same technique you use for cloths and for terry cloth that you might use in the shower, you can also use with a conductive yarn, like Xiaowei kind of showed us as well. And you get sensors out of it, because sensors are often just a mechanical deformation. So there's also this way that making the sensing and the technology from scratch gives you a really different relationship to what it could be or how it could be used. Interlude, a little bit about weaving. So weavers, when they're designing cloth, they start from a draft. A draft is a 2-dimensional map of intersections of the warp, which is under tension, and the weft, which is the filling yard and moving in and out of the warp. A black pixel often represents a place where the yarn goes over the warp, and the heddle, when you're weaving, is lifted. So there's a correspondence between this visual representation and the structure, but it's a binary system. It's heddle up, heddle down. And this form is really interesting because no matter how many drafts you make, if you animate it with different materials, it comes out very differently. So this is 4 different cloths made from the exact same draft, which is shown in the top left. These drafts have been around for centuries. But what's interesting is this specific encoding format is really like G-code is for 3D printers. It's machine code. It's not describing the cloth, it's describing the set of the instructions to the machine. So when you're designing different structures, like these are 3 different waffle structures, the choices you make about where to interlace black and white cells or where to have clumps of blacks and white cells have structural implications in separating the cloth into 3-dimensional shapes or to 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions and so on. So for instance, when you're doing color work, you're often separating colors onto different layers. And so immediately you get these drafts that don't start to look like the resulting cloth. Weavers, I found, and this is maybe what I may get most excited about, have each developed their own calculus for describing woven structure. Many of them still use Excel or paper, which is not to say they're not technical. There's also a huge community of weavers who build their own software. many weavers you talk to know the software developer by name, so it's this interesting alternate economy of software. But this is the work of Catherine Walters, who's a PhD student at the Swedish School of Textiles. She wanted to weave a box that wove flat, and then when you cut it, you could twist it into a three-dimensional shape. And she designed this all by hand, and this is her sort of notation language for describing how the structures and the interlacements of the draft needed to relate. These are the representations of Elizabeth Michaeljohn, who designed the cloth that we saw on the very first slide. This is sort of representing the series of passes she had to do across the loom to achieve these flapping textures, and you can see them on the right there too. I'm fascinated by these different sort of representations. In 1949, we have Ada Dietz, who used polynomial expressions to come up with different textile patterns. In 1677, we have other forms of notation. So for me, these different forms of notation are really fascinating. And often we hear about the relationship of weaving and computing, and there's sort of like this jump that happens where we say, oh, a smart male engineer saw the loom and came up with the idea for the computer. And there's a beautiful article by Ellen, oh God, I can never say her name, Harlesius Kluk, which she explains that that's not the case, that the loom just made the sort of tacit algebras of weavers visible in a way that was legible to engineers and inventors. So when I wrote a career grant, which is one of these grants you have to write, I used that as kind of a framework. So how do we actually think about bridging engineering and craft, less by this narrative of like, let's reskill the weavers, and more like, let's reskill the engineers with what it means to actually interact with materials and understand them through new frameworks. So we did that through a kind of three-part system. We have a residency program where we kind of use the residency program to come up with ideas and integrations into an open source tool. And then that open source tool is available to the public, and people can also add their own projects there as well. So I'm going to talk about the tools first. This is AdaCAD. This is the tool that we've been building over the past 6 years. It's a parametric design workflow, which you might have already seen in architecture or solid modeling, but it applies to the creation of woven drafts. I think in a lot of engineering context, we would have seen this project be abstracted away from the draft because it makes it easier to use, right? Like, give me an arm and a force sensor and overlay them and print out the cloth. But this choice to actually base the core representation and language in the draft, for me, was a choice that we couldn't get rid of the weavers in this process, that they have to be there, and that there's different ways we can kind of encode those logics and play and understand them differently. So AdaCAD is available online if you want to play with it. It's been available since 2019, and we've been lucky enough to be able to get some grant money to support outreach, and we currently have about 300 users, which for me has been kind of huge to make something that exists in the world, and it's also giving me opportunities to meet nerdy mathy weavers who I have all fallen in love with. So this is a workshop teaching AdaCAD at the Midwest Fiber Arts Educators Conference. This is me and Bhakti Zeke. If anyone is into weaving here, you would have gasped because Bhakti Zeke is like the fucking coolest. She wrote a book called The Woven Pixel with Alice Schlein, and she's awesome, and she's showing me here her AdaCAD sketch and giving me some suggestions of how I might rethink or move things around. This is Julia Wright, who's now based at Unspun in Oakland, who's been sharing her AdaCAD files online. This is a student from Germany who was a mechanical engineer and switched to textiles and found AdaCAD kind of a different way to approach cloth that felt more germane to her. And so she made this kind of multi-layered cloth that comes off of this shaft loom. So in addition to those open source tools and this kind of commitment to building things in a way that stays engaged with the community that you're working with, we've also been running a residency program, which I don't know how this happened, but 5 years ago, the NSF supported this. And the grant ends this year, thank God. So, I mean, not thank God, but, you know, it's a little precarious right now. So in this residency program, we do an open call. We recruit a board. Sarah Rosalena, who we heard about in the last talk, she's actually one of our board members and has really helped us develop the program. And we bring a weaver in. The agreement is that we don't have a plan ahead of time. Nobody likes to be brought into a project that they didn't have any say in. So we come up with an idea together. We usually do a week of like pitching different things. And then the weaver and whoever's around our lab at a time build something together. So we've hosted 5 of these residencies. The first was with Sandra Wertinen, who's now at Adidas, where we made some prototypes of dry electrodes for physiological monitoring, which ended up becoming the basis for an aerospace science student's dissertation, and actually is still developing today, which has been pretty interesting. Etta Sandri was our second resident, who I then convinced to just become a PhD student, so she's also a PhD student, who's really been exploring the philosophy and politics of sampling and how they relate to prototyping and the different values they bring up. Specifically that in sampling, you never have to converge on an endpoint. You can sort of create lots of different tendrils that other people can draw on to and extend. We had Catherine Walters, who works with over-twisted linen, which is a cellulose structure that when you wet it, it swells, and then the over-twisting compresses in. So this is a zero-power shape actuator that you actuate only through moisture. It's actually quite humidity sensitive. Again, I feel like if we just knew that non-engineered materials could do this, how could we better work with linen? It's massively sustainable. It's hugely abundant. So I think each of these examples for me is just showing possibilities for other ways. And we're currently supporting Poppy Deltadon, who we're kind of exploring this form of writing an artist's manual, which is a mashup of instruction manuals of how to warp your loom, and also reflections on the concept of resistance, both in weaving and electronics and political space. And Elizabeth Michael-John is somebody we saw in the front. We collaborated with her and Irene Posch to really explore electromagnetics in cloth. So this model of the residency has been something I've been really proud of. It's something we're still tinkering on and trying to kind of give ourselves feedback on so that we get a concept of mutual benefit, so that we're both getting something from this relationship that doesn't feel particularly extractive. And each of the projects has yielded at least one publication, and that's been really nice to actually bring new authors into the space of academic publishing, which can be fraught and strange, but for a lot of these weavers and textile artists and engineers, they're not getting these opportunities. And if you call yourself an engineer, you're going to get a lot more job offers than if you call yourself a fiber artist, sadly. So it's sort of introducing these new spaces and also introducing us to a lot of new spaces in the fiber arts. Part of what we were seeing in our residency is we get about 70 applications per cycle. A lot of them are doing really amazing work. We were only able to select one because of the funding we had, so we spawned a talk series where we've had 5 to 8 people a year come and share their practice. This is Lucy Smith. I just love this 3D glasses looking at a 3D textile. She also does costumes for Game of Thrones and talks about her whole design process. And it's been a really interesting space to convene people across engineering and fiber arts and weaving to sort of just understand the practice. And for me, I really think this is the most impactful. I didn't design anything except for a YouTube banner. But this has so much range, and I think it's doing a lot of work to sort of bring weaving and this craft knowledge into the framework of like, this is absolutely technical. This is not something, yeah, people just see it and it just erases. It's like, oh, the girls are weaving. So it's nice to kind of elevate the form and see what it's actually capable of. We have all of the talks online, so you're welcome to watch any of them at any time. So going forward, things that I've been working on now, I was really inspired by the adhesiveless construction of textiles. So we've been doing some explorations in unmaking. So how can you make an entire electronic circuit in cloth and actually disassemble it or repair it? That spawned another idea with a student who was interested in biodesign about how we could use excess materials like gelatin to create dissolvable fibers. And so with Michael Rivera and Morella Allister and led by LD Lazaro, we made a desktop wet spinning machine. So you could make your own fibers and filaments from biosolutions, because there's no other way to prototype synthetic fibers rather than going to a huge factory, which are all, tuned to work with plastics and petroleum-based polymers. So what's nice about the dissolving yarn is we can make circuits with it again, and then we can dissolve out the backing and reharvest all the electronics with a magnet. And then, since they're fiber-based, you could respin them into a new yarn. The last thing we've been doing is remaking. So we're unmaking and we're also remaking. So Elizabeth left. We shipped our beautiful cloth to an exhibition and it never returned. It was lost in the mail. So we've been remaking the project, and it's been this interesting activity and following Elizabeth's instructions on my own and kind of understanding what's replicable and what's not replicable across two peoples in this kind of domain. And the last space I'm really excited to be working in and getting to know is this idea of the instruction manual, or the different ways we can encode craft knowledge. Less is like, look at this beautiful thing I made, but what are all the little tactics and techniques that we're using just to get by? So when we're working on our loom, we have to tie 2,640 knots. You start learning really interesting techniques for knot tying. So how do we actually share that embodied knowledge in ways that make it visible, in ways that don't claim it's the best method, but at least help people kind of get by and get started? So that's all I got. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to all these folks.
All right,
awesome. This is my computer.
Yes, okay. All right. Great, thanks, Laura. That's amazing. So already people are probably thinking about materials. We're going to shift a little bit. Our next speaker, and also BCNM alumnus, is Professor Cesar Torres. Cesar was a student that I had the unique pleasure of working with, and it's a fantastic journey and collaboration. He has now gone on. He is the director of the Hybrid Atelier, and he's also professor of computer science and engineering at the University of Texas at Arlington. As a design researcher, he really synthesizes new media and craft theory into the software and hardware designs of creative, tangible user interfaces, and also works with a variety of materials. Received a tremendous number of well-earned awards and grants to support this work, and a very proud alumnus of the program here. Cesar has always championed all of the values that I think we find important in BCNM in terms of technology, inclusivity, working with different materials, having a broad and transdisciplinary kind of approach, and has been just supportive to so many people. I've seen him work with grads and undergrads and students in the public, and he's always been an amazing force to be reckoned with. So let's welcome him back now. You do not have to wait for the 2 minutes till it goes out message.
Back, especially on this stage. I remember when Eric was recruiting me, I came to an ATC talk. It was Leticia Sonami, and I was completely floored by that work. And I thought, one day I'll be on this stage, and hopefully, show you some of the cool things that I've been making with my lab over in Texas. So I wanted to, in this presentation, show you a couple of projects that give you kind of a feel of how I've been approaching this new media question, and specifically how we might design these mediums so that they resonate with creative practitioners, and especially people that still work with their hands with physical materials. how can they still access the centuries of knowledge that they've developed in this evolving landscape? And so I thought I'd start with this classic definition that we see in engineering of the medium, a substance that transmits energy or signals, often with some loss of information. And I think this has definitely resonated with many of the talks today. And it's one of my favorite definitions because it really echoes a viewpoint from Marshall McLuhan that really elevates the role of the medium in really influencing the message or the signal that's being transferred to begin with. There's so much power in the medium itself. And it goes to even, if anything, it goes to show that under this particular lens, we need to be thinking not just about the medium itself, but also the body that receives the medium. So simply the fact that we ourselves are perceiving the medium in the real world, we ourselves are acting as a conduit. Some things we see, some things we notice, some things are lost, right? And that's part of the beauty of being a creative practitioner. The longer that you work with the material, the more of these invisible material qualities that start to reveal themselves. So this was a project that I did with Bajiza and Shiryoshi. We infiltrated a drawing studio. We took over some still life objects, and we used a depth camera to essentially project these light cues that could be selectively controlled by folks. In particular, I've always been a little bit allergic to augmented reality, mostly because there's just so much necessity for the infrastructure of everybody having their own little headsets. And so I thought light projection was this nice way to still have this democratic access so that everybody in the still life studio could access these types of elements. But what you see here is our play and trying to overcome some of the inherent perceptual biases that the human mind has. If any of you have tried to draw the human anatomy, I think many of you can agree that it's pretty hard, right? And it's not your fault. It's instead our biology. We have these known perceptual illusions, constancy effects, that essentially limit our ability to, that essentially is that part that stops that signal from coming through. It's our signal loss. And so through practice, artists learn to train their eye to overcome those perceptual biases. But in this project, what you see here is that these projected cues essentially can direct the attention and can maintain the attention on particular elements that the drawer is looking at. Now, suffice to say, people did improve their drawing skills, but that wasn't really the highlight of this work. It was instead that people started to reflect on these biases that they had not previously acknowledged. And I think that has much more value going through not just drawing, but many different types of creative practices to be cognizant of how our body is reacting. Now, of course, and hopefully you guys are seeing my BCNM visual wordplay, there's always the angle of trying to instead work on making the actual medium, the material itself, more manipulable, right? As soon as computers entered physical materials, we suddenly had new ways of working with them. And this is an incredibly exciting landscape. And in particular, I love, rather than looking at computer science to figure out how do we work with materials in new ways, I love to look at existing material practices. And at Texas, I've had this amazing collaborators in the glass department. And I've been able to kind of just poke their heads a little bit on how they look at materials and how they work with them. And so in this case, what you see on the screen are thermoplastics. So these are all 3D printed. And what we were trying to do here was something akin to how when you have a kiln, you got to put some firing cone inside to understand how the clay is going to behave within the thermal environment. And so we were thinking, what if we could go beyond the aesthetics that we traditionally see with 3D printing and start to access some of these glass working techniques, in particular a body of techniques known as kiln forming. And so this is one of the artifacts that was created. what you see is a layer of polycarbonate, and on top we got some shavings from used filament. We just sprinkled it on top. And it was very akin to the frits, these small glass colored elements that glass blowers traditionally add onto their glass base in order to create a decoration. Now, what I love about this particular piece is that it exposed the infill. This triangular pattern that you see here is the infill pattern that's traditionally hidden from view, right? It's often used for structure, and in this case, we start to access some of these qualities that were previously invisible. Now, my favorite part about this project is that when we fired these in the kiln and they came out, they felt like glass. They felt more precious. And I think from a phenomenological perspective, this speaks volumes in terms of how we can change our perceptions about plastic, especially as something that is cheap and something that you can easily throw away, to something more sustainable, something that starts to approach things that feel like heirlooms. Now, my newest direction in figuring out how to work with the new medium has been really thinking about the larger ecology of practices. Over and over again, as I work with different types from ceramicists to glassworkers to textile artists, I see so many parallels. And I realize that they might not see all the incredible knowledge that they've built around materials in the same way. And so I've been thinking about how we can make the medium more relational. And so to this aim, I'm going to show some work that we're actually presenting at CHI in a couple of weeks. We just heard that we got honorable mention on this. And it's a work that is finally me addressing one of my nemeses, liquids. I've had so many failed art projects on liquids, so this was a weird cycle back to the beginning. So suffice to say, we all deal with liquids in our everyday lives. They're ubiquitous, and often the tricks that we learn on how to manipulate and use them are varied across different practices. And so in particular, we can define that each of these liquids, these viscous mediums, hold very unique rheological properties. And that's just a fancy term for saying how they flow and how they behave to when forces are applied to them. And so to this end, we were inspired by the interactions of fluids and straws. And we realized that there's so much information that actually gets transferred from simply interacting with fluids in this way. And so we used a technique, we adapted a technique known as pressure-driven capillary viscometry, and it looks something like this. We have an air tube, it is in a material sample. Every 1 or 2 seconds, we have a pneumatic actuator essentially retract the material in the tube and then push it out, right? It's quite literally emulating this action of, just drinking from a straw. But what is particularly unique about this system is the fact that we can do it over and over and over again. Many of the rheological devices currently out in the world require you to clean or to reset or to recalibrate the system. And so this is one of the first systems that really allow us to interactively be able to say something about liquids. So what we ended up doing is we looked at 26 different materials across materials that you would encounter in a variety of different practices. And we looked at these retraction extrusion pulses that were coming from the sensor. And I think you can kind of see here that we get a pretty unique signal across many of these different materials. And so this here, if you've never seen a graph like this, is an indication that, yeah, it actually is really different. This is a representation of a off-the-shelf model, nothing particularly fancy here, but we do get really nice scores. So this is saying with 96% accuracy, we are able to classify across these 26 different materials. And this is a big win for in the sensing side of things. But at the same time, although, yes, I love this type of result, I feel it doesn't answer this underlying question of how do we make sense, how can we relate all the different materials that we work with? So to kind of pose this question, oops, oh, what happened to my image? So sad. Well, what you would have seen was a picture of a mystery material that had been sitting on a shelf for the last 4 years. And in the lab, there was just this, in general, this question of what has it become? I think we can all agree that fluids, especially, are dynamic. And this is really exciting in terms of the materials that you see in makerspaces, where they're typically more inert. It really challenges engineers, designers, and artists to think about materials that change over time. But one of the underlying issues is that if you had a model like this, right, from the sensor that was just made, you would just get a number, right? It's like your thermometer, your ruler, your calipers, etc. But that number doesn't really tell you much. And it's really the onus is on you as a practitioner to keep track of how this number is changing. So we are essentially trying to solve this problem. How can we look at a much more, a richer profile of the material from numbers? And to kind of get through that, we looked at a technique from the machine learning community that essentially looks at high dimensional spaces and tries to reduce it into something that's a little bit more manageable. In particular, I'll take something, let's say, in the 20 dimensions, and I'll bring it down to 2 dimensions. And so this is a technique that I think, while we see these types of dimensionality reduction all over the place, it's only recently that we start seeing people thinking about these spaces that are being generated as maps. And so this idea of latent space cartography is simply thinking about, what if we could inject ourselves in this data space and traverse it as if we were a point in there, and start to understand our surroundings based off our interactions in those points. And so here is the representation of the rheological space. So here are our syrups, our gels, our inks, our slurries, our pastes, and our thicker materials, right? And if anything, what we see is that they start to expand over the space, and we can start to think about what the map interactions might look like to navigate how this data relates to one another. So I want to show you just 3 map interactions. Hopefully it'll get you excited about this space. It's generalizable to many different domains. But in this case, I want us to kind of think about maps. So in maps, we have neighborhoods. Neighborhoods that are sometimes geopolitically defined, and other times they're grassroots defined. And so here we might say that we have our South Side neighborhood, or a Telegraph neighborhood. So in this case, and again my picture is missing, we look back to this mystery material and trying to diagnose what has this material become. And so by plotting it on this map, this missing material here, it's a smart material, our liquid crystal ink that has been sitting unused for 5 years. We can see that by plotting it on the map, it is actually really close to the fluid acrylic space, but it's not too far away from the heavy acrylic or the screen printing space. So it tells us a little bit something about how far this material is in relation to others. So in this particular purpose, maybe I do want to use this liquid crystal ink as a paint, and so it would work there. But what if I wanted to make it sprayable? What if I wanted to actually use it in a screen printing or printmaking process? Here we can at least kind of ascertain where we are in that space. Now the second interaction is that of multi-route guidance, right? If I want to go down to the BART, here's my path that I typically follow, but of course there are other alternate routes. So in this example, I wanted to pose one of the exciting new trajectories in 3D printing, working with different materials. Often these materials come in the form of slurries. And so there's always this big question of, will it extrude? And unfortunately, as soon as this clay has been sitting in that tube for more than an hour, already its rheological properties are going to change. But in the HCI community, there are so many different recipes that are being developed for creating these materials made from seashells, from spent coffee grounds, and a variety of other materials. And unfortunately, what we see is this kind of classic way of representing a recipe. Here are the ingredients, mix them all together, and you'll get the result. Unfortunately, there are many issues with this particular model. Like, for example, in this case, it's asking for spent coffee grounds, but what's the grind setting? What would happen if I used a coarser grind or a finer grind? Or maybe I pressed a little too hard, or excuse me, a little too hard on the pipette and I put extra water. Maybe I left just a tiny little bit of xanthan gum in my container. Which of these is going to mess up the material? Or which of these is going to be fine? These are things that we develop over time. And unfortunately, not all of us can wing it, right? And so what these maps allow us to do is start to look at, for example, here is the space of matching the recipe as best as we could. And then we started to deviate. Let's add 35 grams of water. Does it still extrude? Yes. So we're going to put it in the positive space. Let's add 20 more grams of water. Does it still extrude? Yes. And we kept on deviating on this recipe, and essentially what we start to form is a positive and negative space. It's a way for us to kind of ascertain the boundaries of the recipe, to be able to deviate and still be able to still be able to make the material itself. Now, my last interaction is around the geofence. And so the geofence is this idea that you can define a boundary in space, and you can determine whether or not things have moved in or out of this boundary. So the story I have here is around silicone. This is a love that a material love-hate relationship that I have developed over the years that started in the basement down here. Silicone, amazing material. I wish more people would use it. Unfortunately, it has its little kinks, right? And one of the hard ones is that if you do something as simple as mix it with a wooden implement, especially when you're working with platinum cure silicone, it's going to inhibit the curing, right? And so something so simple, like not knowing what to mix it with, can lead to so many different types of errors. And so by plotting applying the sensor and plotting it into space, we can essentially start to define, hey, here are the acceptable boundaries of where a material should go when it's curing, and be able to detect when it deviates. So in this case, this is what these two mixtures look like at the very beginning before we start mixing. And then as we start mixing, you'll notice that they start to cure. They're moving through the rheological space. They're becoming more viscous. And eventually, around the 15-minute mark, we see that these two have almost completely separated. So we're able to detect the fact that they have not cured correctly. So in the end, I hope what you'll take away from this presentation is these three strategies for thinking about new mediums. While today I showed you physical mediums, this is definitely an approach that we can look at for looking at our new AI technologies, for looking at virtual reality, and the plethora of new mediums that will be developed by you and by us. So I'll just end on this note, and that is that I do hope that we get to a point with new media where people are able to engage with these mediums in varied ways that get established over lifetimes. These lifelong relationships with materials are so important, and I think that we really need to be starting to answer this question about how do we sustain creative practitioners, especially those who are at the periphery, to become part of the practice and part of that community. So, of course, this is all possible with the help of my lab, incredible army of undergrads and graduate students, all contributing their unique perspectives in these emerging mediums that we've been working with. So, on that note, thank you, everybody, and yeah.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, okay, many things to think about here. Yeah, liquids, okay. Well, also, number one, thank you for the great visual cues to BCNM, the logos. I probably, yes, love it. And also, yeah, bringing up this medium. What is the medium? And we can talk about media and medium and its relevance. Okay, our last speaker, one of our amazing graduate students here, Eric Rahn. He is also part of the Berkeley Center for New Media. He's a PhD student. His work, their work focuses on studying the practice of programming through primarily long-term situated methods and co-designing programming language and environment tools alongside the domain experts who use them. We saw a lot about logic and code and programming and binary, and I think how do we even conceptualize programming? And Eric's done a lot of thinking about this. Looking at data scientists, computational sociologists, digital artists. Their work's been featured in all of the kind of premier venues in human-computer interaction, as well as the IEEE Annals of the History of Computing. Eric looks a lot at the kind of computational side of our world, but also very reflective and very deep thinking about the histories, which I think is always very important, about interactive computing, and very deeply situated within the philosophical groundings in this work. So let's welcome Eric, and I know they have no slides, so it's going to be interactive. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you, everyone. I truly could not have asked for a better introduction from Cesar and Laura. It feels like, in a lot of ways, this feels like a response to maybe how inspired I've been by their work over the last couple of years, and maybe trying to sketch out maybe what I see as some of the theoretical underpinnings that I think are really interesting. So where do I start? Because I already introduced myself. But basically, we study artists and craftspeople. I also study scientists, but that's a different deal. To be honest, for quite a while, making a tool to support someone else's creativity or art practice, I think always seemed like it risked being a bit of an oxymoron to me. What does it mean to support another's art practice with a tool without just kind of taking away some of the work for them? And this kind of troubled me for quite a while. And so I think this is my attempt to maybe think my way out of this. So in the spirit of the conference, I want to try something pretty speculative, pulling some ideas from a few different places to try to work out some thoughts about what we're doing when we study art and craft, and how the tools we design might fit into that. I wrote the talk first, and by the end it just felt like slides would get in the way, but to be honest, it feels like all the slides from Cesar and Laura's presentations, you can maybe just imagine those in the background, and I think those will be 10 times better than what I would come up with. So we're going to start with a study of a law firm written by 3 anthropologists in HCI, Jeanette Blomberg, Lucy Suchman, and Randy Trigg. And they looked at the work of the partners of the firm and the many paralegals under them, and prototyped a document management system for their work. There's one paragraph in this that I've really been thinking about since I read this article. This is from the 1996 Reflections on a Work-Oriented Design Project. They write, "Our representations of the work of litigation at the firm and our design of a prototype application involved reconceptualizing the work from activities divided clearly into 2 types, knowledge and routine, to different orders of practical reasoning and action, rather than premising our design proposals on a distinction between mindless labor and knowledge work. We attempted to show that routine activities and the exercise of judgment coexist at all levels of the organizational hierarchy." To me, I think there's like a reinterpretation of the entire field of HCI in this one paragraph. And what I want to do today is to begin to draw it out a little bit, offer an account of practical reason and action for HCI, explain why I think this account might tell us something interesting, especially for creativity support research, and how this might give us a new way of thinking about what we do when we study creatives and design for them. So first we have to start with what they critique. This idea that the designer's task is to distinguish between what activities are tedious, rote, or mindless, and what activities involve thinking, judgment, and evaluation. I think it follows under this conception that the designer's goal would be to ultimately alleviate these tedious activities somehow, right? Usually through a machine. So what they're arguing is not that HCI designers should design for other things besides alleviating tedium, although that's certainly important. But I read them as critiquing the standpoint, which would lead to this distinction showing up for the designer in the first place. Tedium initially emerged as a label that the partners of the firm put on the work of the paralegals, describing it as mindless or something that a machine could do. And while the study revealed that this was just like fundamentally not the case, what's important here is that tedium emerged in a discursive space, a space of reasons, and from a certain perspective within that space. Tedium, under this conception, is what we call the labor that we don't have a reason to give our attention to, or the labor of those who we think aren't worth our attention. So what's being critiqued here is the idea that tedium and knowledge work refer to two separate classes of human action, when really they're concepts which mark how human action is discursively situated and interpreted. That's to say, how some actions are understood to give us reasons for acting, thinking, and paying attention, and some are not. Tedium then refers to the actions we judge as not worthy of being responsive to. It's because we don't think the work is worth paying attention to that we think a machine could do it just as well. So if what is distinctive of tedium is the kind of commitment we make to that action, or a lack thereof of that commitment, then I think it contrasts with the rest of our ordinary, everyday practical activity, on normative terms, I want to say. That is to say, everyday activity as imbued with a sense of commitments and a sense of this kind of responsiveness. A sense of obligation, I want to say. And I think this is what Blomberg, Suchman, and Trigg, in my mind, are getting at here. Tedium refers to a specific way we can organize parts of our practical world for us, take it to give us reasons, and feel committed or uncommitted to the world via those reasons. I use the word organize here from Harold Garfinkel, father of ethnomethodology and one of Suchman's intellectual foundations. Hopefully Lucy Suchman is familiar to a few folks in the audience. But Garfinkel writes this, and this is a convoluted sentence, but I think it does the work. He writes, in exactly the way that a setting is organized, it consists of members' methods for making evident that setting's ways as clear, coherent, planful, consistent, chosen, knowledgeable, uniform, as reproducible connections, i.e. rational connections. So of course, rationality for Garfinkel refers to this practical, local, and skillful way we make sense of what we're doing. It's our continual achievements for reasons for what we do, think, and say, a continual renewal of our commitments and our practical accountability, which set us up to be responsive and responsible to the world and to others in particular ways. So what we find that what is special about tedium is that we orient ourselves to be unresponsive to it, that we don't care about what the machines or the people we de facto conceptualize as machines do, as long as they do the job we set for them. And this is what I think is pretty antithetical to art making itself. If marking something as tedium is making this kind of normative commitment to being unresponsive to it, we seem to be kind of closing it off from art making itself. Because it seems that an essential part of art and craft, as I think Laura expressed quite well, is that they make such a responsiveness both a method and a subject matter. For me, at least, art making takes our responsiveness to the world as its question and its kind of field of inquiry. Anthropologist Tim Ingold writes this in the lovely article, The Textility of Making. A work of art, I insist, is not an object but a thing. And maybe we should read thing here in kind of Heidegger's valence, if that's familiar. And as Klee argued, the role of the artist, as that of any skilled practitioner, is not to give effect to a preconceived idea, novel or not, but to join with and follow the forces and flows of material that bring the form of the work into being. The work invites the viewer to join the artist as a fellow traveler, to look with it as it unfolds into the world, rather than behind it to an originating intention of which it is the final product. End of the quote. So on my reading, The critique Blomberg, Suchman, and Trigg offer here is that assuming the world already comes divided into tedium and knowledge work misses how those concepts normatively and discursively organize human action. Allow it to become meaningful in one way or another, to give us reasons for responding by acting and thinking and paying attention in certain ways. And missing this normative organization seems especially problematic in art and craft practice, where our responsiveness seems to be a pretty essential part of what the activity consists in. So, what's our alternative here? Well, it seems to be looking at human activity, as they suggest, as different orders of practical reasoning and action. But what are practical reasons, and what's their relationship to action here? How do they help us dissolve this distinction between tedium and knowledge work, actually? My argument is that the right way to understand practical reason here is through a practice. By practice, I mean something maybe similar to how Bourdieu describes the ritual of gift-giving, if that's a familiar touch point, or how many in contemporary Anglophone philosophy talk about the practice of promising. I think it'll be easiest to see what I mean by analogy, so I'm going to be using promising to maybe make my points. Promising is something that I can't do by myself. I need to be recognized by others as promising. But not only do I need other people to engage with promising with, I need to see myself as taking up the practice. I need to recognize myself within the practice of promising, to see what I'm doing as an instance of promising. The practice of promising seems to come with standards by which we assess whether someone is keeping a promise or breaking it. It seems to come with rules, but these rules don't prescribe in every instance what is or isn't a promise or a well-kept promise, but rather it's through appealing to the practice of promising that I acquire reasons, resources for trying to understand what a well-kept promise means in my new specific local circumstances. In Wittgenstein's very expansive sense, I want to say that practices have a grammar. To say that painting or woodworking or computer programming is a practice in this sense is saying that, like promising or gift-giving, it's essentially social, right? Maybe this isn't a familiar point to most of you folks, but it's maybe not to computer scientists. What it means to paint or to see something as painting, I want to say, is to see it as an instance of this essentially social practice of painting. It is saying that woodworking isn't determined by rules, but that we don't do woodworking by following the rules, but we uphold what does and doesn't count as woodworking, or in what way things do count as woodworking, through common concepts and standards. And how those common concepts and standards are, and that those common concepts and standards are also part of how an individual practitioner makes sense of what they're doing in their individual work. It's to say that computer programming shows up for practitioners as both genuinely normative, and that the practice itself seems to give forceful reasons for what should be done and how. But as never totally prescriptive on the other side, right? The practice continually demands improvisation to accommodate new situations within the practice. And additionally, I think what it means to see something as new is maybe in some respects to see it as novel with respect to an existing practice, which it is an instance of. So thus, when we separate activity into tedium and knowledge work, we do not just draw that line in the wrong place, but we misunderstand the role that reasons play in a practice. From the perspective of this dichotomy, I think we're stuck between maybe two pretty unsatisfactory accounts of reasons in creative practice, a dichotomy that I think I've been struggling with, at least for a couple of years. Either that somehow reasons are determinative of action, I act by calculating my optimal outcome given all my reasons, right? Or that they're just kind of post hoc rationalizations, right? They're sly justifications that are kind of fabricated after the fact. But I think a practice gives us a third way to understand the role of reasons here, by acknowledging the normative and discursive work inherent in participating in painting and woodworking and computer programming. That is to say, inherent in practices. So while I think this dichotomy is maybe most easily seen in projects which purport to automate some aspect of art and craft, sometimes I think our discourse in creativity support around embodiment and tacit knowledge can maybe dip into thinking about reasons as post hoc rationalizations in this way. And in their quite maybe justified reaction against a cognitivist conception of craft, which I totally disagree with as well, maybe also leave out this inherently normative discursive work that I feel like I see going on. So The reason I chose the Ingold quote is that Ingold's argument was used by Laura in one of my favorite HCI papers that you heard about, Being the Machine. And I think her argument is still one that HCI has yet to fully internalize, that thinking about art and craft as the intentions and goals of a practitioner imposed onto a neutral material, what Ingold calls the hylomorphic view of art making, as you saw, misses that an essential part of art and craft is that our responsiveness to materials is both kind of the means by which we do our work and what art makes a question out of. And but I don't think that a correct interpretation of Laura's argument, and I will be mortified if I get this wrong publicly, is that a commitment to non-hylomorphism entails that we have to see art making as suddenly silent of reasons and commitments in this way. And of this kind of responsiveness which suffuses our everyday life. A non-hylomorphic view of art, I want to say, is not about art making being about either thinking and reasons on one hand or this kind of intuitive sensuous practice, but about the relationship between them. Attending deeply to materials, engaging in conversation with them is, I think, in part about how materials give us reasons to act in different ways. Or alternatively, part of the ways that materials show up for us as truly meaningful is when we take them as giving us genuinely forceful reasons for acting, perceiving, and thinking anew. So seen through the lens of a practice, my proposal is that we should instead see reason giving and taking, including those that one might give themselves or take from their materials, as situating with oneself within what Stanley Cavell calls a moral universe, a normative space of implication, and a continual working out of what reasons are good ones, which are not, and the real implications of what we do, think, and say. Reasons on this light give the practitioner a sense of what they're doing, their resources. They're resources for the practitioner to assess their actions within a practice. That is to say, in this space of implication, a sense of what makes a reason a good one within this moment and within this practice. Cavell writes this in The Claim of Reason. I have described moral arguments as one whose direct point it is to determine the positions we are assuming or are able or willing to assume responsibility for. And discussion is necessary because our responsibilities, the extensions of our own cares and commitments, and the implications of our conduct are not obvious because the self is not obvious to the self. To the extent that that responsibility is the subject of moral argument, what makes moral argument rational is not the assumption that there is in every situation one thing which ought to be done and that this thing may be known, nor the assumption that we can always come to agreement about what ought to be done on the basis of rational methods. Its rationality lies in following the methods which lead to a knowledge of our own position, of where we stand. In short, to a knowledge and definition of ourselves. So on this account, knowing how to participate in a practice is knowing how to situate oneself within it. And similar to Garfinkel's idea here, situating oneself in a practice is a continual achievement, which requires one to always be evaluating the real implications of what we do against our cares and commitments, which is to say, our reasons. So for example, I think one way to think about surprise in artistic practice is through maybe the spontaneous, the intuitive, the embodied. And while this is certainly true to some extent, talking this way about artistic surprise, I think, obscures for me the highly cultivated attention which makes something surprising as an artist. Anyone can play with a set of paints, of course, but maybe to be surprised by what one makes in the sense of an experienced painter, to see a random mark as the beginning of an interesting painting, is to be able to locate that mark within a space of implication, to see the mark within a practice of painting, I want to say, as providing reasons for painting in a different way, and as to why that new way of painting might be interesting. And this is not because those reasons determine the new painting, or that they cause some kind of specification of the artist, within the mind of the artist of some future image or English language sentence, right? But that they give resources for the artist to understand the mark as meaningful within an ongoing normative and material ensemble, the practice. And therefore, I hear Cavell wanting to say, it is how the artist recognizes the mark as surprising, how they respond to that surprise, which is one way among all the others that they situate themselves as an artist, how they figure out where they stand within the practice, and in their own small way, change the practice of painting by situating this new work as an application of it. So this would suggest that our goal in understanding creatives is not to simply understand the tedious and untedious parts of their work, nor tracing their goals and their plans and means and reasoning, but rather to understand the practical, normative, and discursive ensemble of their practice. In other words, knowing what for them constitutes a good reason. This is not because relieving tedium is always bad, of course, or that there aren't really things that really do show up as tedious in our lives, but because to actually address tedium, we need to understand it not as a kind or class of work, but as a normative interpretation of that work, a way of situating it in a particular place within a practice. So this would recast a practitioner's reasons as not in themselves determinative, nor these sly justifications, right? But as Lucy Suchman teaches us to say in Plans and Situated Actions, as part of the very ensemble that they purport to describe, along with the actual materials and the ways we really do respond to them. But beyond this, I want to suggest that what is most important about how studying reasons, commitments, and tedium show up for practitioners is what they illuminate about this ensemble as a whole, this practice, which under this conception would be our actual object of analysis and what we should understand our interventions as creativity support researchers as actually intervening into. My amazing friend, Sarah Sturman, and BCNM alum, and I have been talking about a practitioner she spoke to during a study that she did jointly with Molly Nicholas, who is also here. This practitioner is a weaver who incorporated crushed abalone shells into her work. And while we of course have to start this story with the relationship she has with this material and how it can be incorporated into a weave, if we stopped there, we would miss quite a lot. For she also told Sarah why she started using abalone shells in the first place, because a few years ago, she said she had stopped weaving. Quote, "I'd fallen out. I was angry with weaving. I was angry with my art," unquote. In order to get back to weaving, which she said she'd always loved, she realized, quote, "I really just wanted to be able to play. So I made an agreement with myself that I was going to break a lot of rules as I went along," unquote. And thus an idea of playfulness, of trying new materials, became essential for her. So what I hope you get from this small vignette is that talking about what this weaver is doing, just in terms of the materials, or perhaps if we wanted to, her cognition, would miss so much of what's happening here. Sarah and I have spent quite a while talking about this weaver and bumping up against the limits of our own vocabulary in HCI. We started talking about this weaver as a cognitive system pursuing goals and plans through revision based on sensory information. And that started to feel like it really wasn't getting us anywhere. And maybe shifting the vocabulary to embodied terms, describing the weaver as a bearer of tacit knowledge, employing skilled perception and situated reflection, or engaging in conversation with her materials, felt true, but it still felt like it was missing something vital and essential to what she told us. And I think my work here has been largely motivated by our inability to find these words, which do justice to what practitioners like this weaver have told us. If we couldn't even talk about these practitioners in satisfactory ways, what hope did we have to design meaningful tools for them? So what I want to say now is this. It's not that her reasons, commitments, and justifications are separate from or in tension to her material engagement. No, weaving for her is meaningful in specific normative and discursive dimensions, which set the terms for how she works with materials, how they show up as meaningful for her. And it is only by understanding this weaver within a practice of weaving and how she situated herself within that practice, how she found a new place within the practice which made it meaningful to her again, that we can get a real understanding of any individual piece of work, or her engagements with her materials, or if we want to talk about it, her quite sophisticated cognition. We have to understand why and how playfulness is a good reason for this practitioner, why it is essential to her current practice. And what this would suggest is that the aim of the creativity support researcher might be to understand what constitutes a good reason in that situation for that practitioner and within that practice. And that this search would entail nothing less than learning to stand with them in a shared moral, practical, and material universe. Thanks.
right. Great. Thank you, Eric. All right. Why don't we have all the speakers come jump up here? And I'm going to throw on some lighting here to get us a little in the mood. Yeah. All right. We do have a little bit of time here, and I want to, man, that was what a just incredible panel. Let me just, hold on. All right, I'll jump down here. Okay. I know folks have questions from the audience. I'm only going to try to dig into one thing because this could go on, and we have lots of other events. But there are, literally like 15 themes going on at the same time in my mind. I want to thank the panel. What a great ensemble here. And also, how cool is BCNM that this is what happens? I love it. I'll just sort of make an itch on one issue that I felt was in a lot of this. I have all these terms written down, we had stubborn materials, and we have basically sensing through sucking, and we've got really what you were showing. I'm just saying. Yeah. No. I like alliteration. And I really loved Eric's play on this kind of tedium and knowledge work. And so one of the themes I'll just try to pull out is clearly when we talk about new media, lots of times people think of computation, they think of using kind of new technologies. And clearly in here, the body of work we saw worked with very different, sometimes slow, older technologies. And one thing was very present, which was the hand and bringing in a kind of direct manipulation to the material. It was not hand off to machine, look at finished sort of deified object that comes out. And I mean, that certainly was in the work that Laura showed, and as well Cesar. And then I think it was great to have Eric at the end, because although he had a lot of deep thinking about creativity, the thing that was clearly in there was there are things that are tedious, but they're also very valuable, and it's not even one size fits all. And so when I'm thinking about that, one of the things is, where is the right lens or line of where we should be engaging and leaning into tedium as almost a delightful practice that draws out kind of some almost like excessive labor, but often we extract value and delight from that, and it can also lead to discovery. And one of the things that's kind of maybe the elephant in the room is we talk about now a lot of things with AI and machine learning. This is clearly yet another tool. It's computational. We can debate its values, but what role will it play in the creative practice? And it's true, I agree with what Eric says, we can't just design tools to just remove tedium. They actually might want to draw us into tedium. So I don't know if I have, my specific question would just be, reflecting on the work that you showed, how do you feel this balance of kind of, handedness and, manipulation and machine and kind of mind play out? Maybe just a little more reflection now that we kind of saw this collected body of work. And anyone can jump in. This is not I know you guys have some response. Tedium.
Tedium. Yeah, I just think it's always complicated, right? I think there's also a risk in equating things to the hand, because the hand symbolizes something, but you needn't have a hand to do craft, right? So I think for me, that's where David Pye's workmanship of risk has been helpful. So it's an attitude towards risk and repetition and hopefulness, I think, is maybe part of that, and part of working with weavers. Or other creative professionals, is not to judge things immediately, but to proceed with a kind of hopefulness of, that I'll end somewhere that, I could use, or I could think about, or I could chew on, or we once used the term juicy, which brings it back to sucking. I think I don't want to overly romanticize craft, and I don't want to overly enforce tedium, because it's also a privilege to choose some, it's a trad wife thing. Like, oh, look, I'm going to make the Cheerios from scratch.
But you
I
quite
think
literally leaned into the, being
I
the machine
love tedium.
was very you're being the machine was you basically saying I want just make something tedious for me.
Yeah.
And then something will come out of that process.
Well, and I think it was also reflecting on the way that, like, the work you're doing, I think, as a mother is tedious. And I think too often in HCI we try to be like, less good is more bad, right? Or like, oh, because you're having a hard time, this must be a terrible experience for you. But it's like with caregiving and having a kid, it's like, no, I'm feeling love and pain all at once. Like they're connected and you can't disentangle one from the other. And so I think for me, to like bring it into your language, the intention there was just to be a little more like, how am I a machine? How am I programmed? How am I looking at the world? And then try to use those instructions as a lens. Like, if I keep doing something, will it appear different? Or it's what the definition of insanity is, like to keep doing something expecting a different outcome. And there's an element that felt like that too. But yeah.
Yep. Well, I'll draw. Cesar, you also had this theme of you led with this signal and this distortion, and I think that also plays into it. We don't want things to be completely computed and perfect. We want some. Maybe it's the handedness. Maybe it's the tedium. I don't know how you kind of further reflect on that when you look at how Eric talked about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, is this on? Yeah. Okay, good. What helps me kind of think through this space is I go back to Marshall McLuhan, his idea of cool and hot mediums, and thinking about how mediums themselves can really engage practitioners in active sense making. And I think in terms of the tedium question, tedium is okay as long as the body is engaged, as long as that switch that you have to flip up and down has a nice click to it, if your body feels like it is part of that process, if it is part of that machine, I think it does wonders for human psychology. And we know that this is the case when we look at flow psychology and the simple fact that people get lost. The joy of making we can often associate with the simple act of just getting into a state of flow. And we know that flow is activated through small repetitive actions that have intrinsic motivation, that match skill and challenge, and that have action perception coupling. And so to that extent, I think many things that are tedious can be made to induce flow and sustain flow. And I think that's what we really have to hone in on. Right now, me working with ChatGPT is tedious. Yes, and I think part of the reason that I interpret it at least as tedious, but others might find joy from this, is the extent in which the human body is involved. So to that extent, when looking at that signal, I definitely didn't want to just show a number and have that story. Those maps, for me, it tells so much more of a story. It engages so much more of the human mind, figuring out what's happening with these materials. Why did it go that direction? Am I kneading the bread in the right way? I don't know. There's many different ways that it can go. But the more that we can engage the mind, I think the more we can get to these experiences where craft and computation just mesh really well together.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in Donna Haraway's book, Staying with the Trouble, she uses the word responsibility, but she puts a hyphen in it to say responsibility, right? And I take her idea there being that our capacity to respond in a very literal, sensory way is a thing that is cultivated. And I think to me, the way that I'm thinking about tedium now is that it's when I feel like I'm in those experiences, it feels like I literally do not have a capacity to respond in the appropriate way, or like in other ways, right? I'm not able to do those things, right? It's a relationship that I actually have, right? It's with the world, and so I'm maybe thinking about how we kind of cultivate that capacity in like a very literal moment-to-moment kind of experience, and maybe it feels like a lot of what we mean by like the hand as a metaphor feels like it's doing some of that work, at least for me or on my reading, right? It's about kind of what a skilled practitioner does is kind of cultivate that responsibility, right? And that's what the skill is, but that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with quote-unquote kind of craft practice, maybe.
I love the theme of this panel. In the spirit of co-participatory, maybe we could take at least a question from the audience so we get some cross-dialogue going. I'm sure there's some critique.
Hi. Is this where? Hi. Hi, I'm Shim. Cesar, you mentioned like taking sort of the things that we talked about and like applying it to how you look at AI. And it's something that I've been struggling with a lot, is that we want to build things with AI, with big data, with machine learning models, with neural networks. And I've been really struggling with how these sort of interfaces that we have now in mass are not they don't feel very manipulable or perceivable. They don't feel transparent. They don't feel like they're even trying to be. They feel like maybe they're trying to present the magic of this technology is how much we've hidden it inside a black box, and you don't have to do any work. You just have to tell it what you want, and it will magic it for you. And that's kind of the direction that I guess interface designers are going with it. And I guess I would love to hear your take on like, or everyone's take on like, is that something about AI or data or about neural networks as a material that it's just pushing us to design in that direction? Or is there a way for us to make this material of big data in these highly complex statistical models something that is more manipulable, more empowering, less something that seems to be trying to take agency and tedium away, but in this way that I think we lose a lot of what we could be doing creatively with it?
I love the question. It's one that I grappled with all my PhD. And suffice to say, I will comment that it's the thing that I think will keep us in a job for the next decade or two, right? I think those are all just open, juicy research questions that we just need to explore. I think the risk, though, is that you can say, I'm going to open all of the box, right? And it just becomes too cognitively overbearing for anybody to even try to process. Do we necessarily need to see all those numbers? Not necessarily, maybe not the case. But could we find a really good way to communicate, let's say, bias in these models? Maybe that's the important thing that needs to be perceivable and manipulable. And so I think this is like where BCNN has like these amazing superpowers in that we are able to kind of identify which of these particular elements should we let shine through, which of these are going to be inherently lost, because there's no such thing as a medium that doesn't lose some signal. And that loss of signal is actually important because it is directing a person on what creative choices that they can make. So I guess I'm waiting to see what you do. And go from there.
Yeah. Maybe the one thing that I would add is like something that I think I'm trying to think through is maybe something that is maybe a little bit more obvious to the media studies folks, that our capacity to respond, to keep going on the Haraway, is not a separate question than the kind of like disciplinary rhetoric, like capital movement of these technologies, right? That like our ability to like see these numbers as like meaningful in our lives is like not in like the interface level, and like how do we design the right button, like these like very low level HCI questions. Like I want a language
to allow us to talk about like why our ability for those things to show up as meaningful for us is like not just a small cognitive problem, but is like also a very like large social like problem of kind of like what practice is actually being imbricated when we do this.
I've been trying to pretend AI isn't happening. It's really bad at weaving, which makes me happy. I've asked it to design me weave drafts, and it's terrible. But I think there's also a way in which it's like kind of what you were getting at is this language of it has separated it from the past, as if this has come out of outer space. It is material. It is in the world. So there's also ways, I think, of just like bringing it down to a human level that can be kind of interesting, right? Like, where are the servers? What are they blinking? You know, I don't know. So it's not a very informed decision, but I do feel like AI, some of these fundamental principles have been around for a long time, and it's reached a magnitude and a scale and a kind of fever pitch culturally. And because I haven't been paying a lot of attention, I'm trying to just hear it a little bit as like, it was ubiquitous computing that, you know, we didn't fully get ubiquitous computing and the other thing. And yeah, so I'm, maybe cautiously trying to remember that it's just material at some level. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to close us out, but this has been, I think it's, yes, celebrate the lossy signal, be the machine, be tedious, be creative, be contrarian, change the world. I am loving that the energy and the dialogue is right here again at BCNM, and hopefully it ripples out in all the right ways and wrong ways too, but then kind of self-deviates and corrects itself as the signal gets, you know, recorrected. Let's thank our panel for a great session. Thank you. Yes. We definitely will carry this conversation on. I think there will be elixirs and beverages, but I'm handing us over to our fearless leader, Tom, who is going to give us the final coordinates